Welcome to the Tower Stream. Let's escape some towers. So for those not here in the previous broadcast, we have been running puzzle levels that were submitted in February for the Tower Escape puzzle contest that was hosted by Grokowski and judged by pretty much all of the other puzzle streamers on Twitch, as far as Mario Maker is concerned. If you are interested in the level codes, I will type that into the chat in just one moment. And that's the judges' spreadsheet. It has the requirements for the contest, which are fairly loose. These are all puzzles that involved some kind of central vertical subworld column that you have to navigate in some fashion, and we've seen tons of diversity in the entries so far. I'm not running it in order, I'm not running everything, we are just making some personal selections as we go along, so we'll be looking at something new today. It's going to be Bird Dog's Overgrown Tower Puzzle. Tongue and respawn POWs to escape the tower. Now, we played many Bird Dog puzzles on this stream in the past, at various levels of difficulty. Usually one-screen puzzles that have this very lean, minimalist structure to them, so we'll see this time what this is about. And I feel like this opening screen here, where we see the arrangement of POW, Vine, Vine, Trampoline, is somehow going to be significant. But how significant, exactly, we'll have to find out. So yeah, we have POWs. POW is currently placed in such a way that we can use it to jump up, but we can't take it up with us. If we exchanged POWs somehow, then we would be able to lift this POW up higher. I currently don't really see too much of a purpose to doing so. It does, of course, also allow you to re-enter the pipe, so I think that the way to progress here will probably be to have a 2-POW stack on the left side. That will allow you to enter the pipe on the left, unless there is anything up top, which currently it looks like I would need either Yoshi or POW to find out, because we are, after all, ascending a tower. So, having POWs on either side means that we should, if we start manipulating them, think about a left POW and a right POW, just to keep track of what we are handling as we exchange them here and there. The fact that I can use Yoshi here currently doesn't really get me too much, except you're able to reach for the POW on the other side, and then, okay, that's fairly simple. There are some nuances to Yoshi tongue mechanics that are always worth keeping in mind, and notice that here, you cannot actually enter just yet. Also notice that we may potentially be able to drop one POW on top of Yoshi to use as an additional stacking element that allows me to go up. We're currently holding, I believe, the left side POW. There's actually a very easy way to check. We just fire it and see what respawns. Yeah. So, doing okay so far, except we'll probably have to eventually escort more elements up here, as you can see. That the checkpoint allows me to resume with Yoshi, and so in a classic Bird Dog style, we will be, once again, working with a very minimal set of elements that will get me across. It will almost certainly require some kind of back and forth that will involve respawning the POWs as you go up. So, for instance, the fact that the left side POW comes out of this pipe indicates to me that if I fire this POW, perhaps I want this to drop on top of Yoshi and kind of give me a ready-made platform right there, because we have a couple of possibilities. I guess if we have 2 POWs together, we can actually take Yoshi up directly, which opens up some possibilities as well. Because it means that if you are able to get Yoshi plus POW up here, you should be able to get upstairs. So we have a couple of different configurations that will allow me to do that. Let me figure out which POW is which first of all, once again. Yeah, so currently left side POW is the one on top. And likely I will want to figure out some way to stack it up. So one way we can do it is by destroying both POWs and having, or rather destroying the bottom POW and having this top POW stacked on the right side. The way to do that would be, well, let's figure out a couple of different maneuvers first, and then we'll try to array them in the correct order. Yeah, so we know how to do a Yoshi and POW stack to take two POWs across. So currently holding right POW, currently holding left POW. I think we want to take left POW across because it's going to be my bracing element. So the idea is that we will be able to spawn the right POW in a higher location than we ordinarily would. And then we can start maneuvering things back where they came from. Now, do I want to do that yet? Well, we're about to find out. Yeah, because currently we have two POWs on the right side, and notice that Yoshi is kind of stuck on this side for now, but that Yoshi could actually have been manipulated to the right side earlier. And maybe just snatched one POW from the other side, so... Notice, though, that Yoshi's tongue range is a little different depending on whether you are firing down or up. There are some nuances to Yoshi's range that we need to be aware of, like a one-tile difference depending on where you're standing and where you're pointing. And it's a fairly obscure interaction, but that's what we do around here. So currently, what would be the purpose of having the two POW stack on the right side? Well, it would allow me to get this POW out of here without having manipulated Yoshi to do it, and bring it to the top level. It would then allow me to do... Whoops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. That was a mistake. Well, let's reset the whole puzzle and map this out once again. That is something worth considering, though, is if there would be any purpose to exiting and re-entering the pipe with one of the POWs and possibly even Yoshi in tow. So, for example, if we come back out here, Yoshi plus jump by itself probably can't get me up top, but Yoshi plus POW plus jump, well, we might be able to take a look at that. GameSmith45, thank you so much for coming in with your party of 4. Let me give you a big shout out. And yeah, welcome GameSmith, welcome MaxBug Powers, and anybody else who may have come in. Hope your maker stream over there went well. We are just getting started over here, so you've joined at a very good time, I hope, as long as you don't see me maybe grinding away at this room for the next multiple hours. And DGR Behave, thank you for coming by as well. I certainly hope you get what your username requests. Okay, so we know how to get Yoshi to the right side. We know how to get Yoshi to also... Whoops. Wrong one. We know how to get Yoshi to snatch a certain POW. I think actually I want to exit with left POW and come back out the pipe on the right side. This is going to... Whoops. Let's keep track of the POWs here. Let's not accidentally snatch them. Wait, which POW is which? Let's do this again. Okay, that was left POW. Good, that's the one we want. Because I want Yoshi to go down to the right side. And yeah, like I said, my stream is just starting up right now. So we are doing fine. Okay, we're going to have the left side. POW. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to blow up this one. Because that will allow me to grab a POW like this, and that actually gives me enough to work with, I think. In that I can get Yoshi up there, and then I can get a second POW up there, maybe. But let's check this first, just to see how it's going to go. In terms of how much height I'm getting off of this. Not nearly enough. It is kind of teasing me here. Alright, that's fine then. Let's not do that after all. Okay, so we know how to do Yoshi plus POW on this side now. And we're going to hit timeout, but that's okay. That's because we reset through that room multiple times. So the POW order is probably going to matter because we do, I think, need all 3 elements. Or do we? No, we just need POW up here, then we jump on top of it with Yoshi. We actually had it solved. We had it done just fine. Yeah, so right POW is currently on top. So if I understand this correctly, the POW order actually should not matter. Yes, it will, because we need the this POW to respawn on the right side. Okay, so... Sorry, let's redo this. Just to check. Okay, it's going to check my work. We want that POW to be on the bottom, because we're going to come back to the left side and we're going to destroy it. So let's move this. Let's move this. And we're currently holding left POW, I believe. We're going to take Yoshi out to the other side. We're going to do this interaction once again. Yeah, we actually have everything in order. I've got what I need in order to get Yoshi plus POW upstairs. Which allows me to get Yoshi upstairs, which allows me to hit checkpoint. And trade Yoshis. Okay, now we've got an added complication, which is the use of the sideways spring. Let's scout ahead first and see what kind of exit we're dealing with here. Also notice some of the various Yoshi ranges that we'll have to keep in mind. So, once again, Yoshi in a grounded position shooting low has a +1 range when it comes to swallowing, which is an extremely obscure property, but one that we've seen in Yoshi puzzles in the past, so shouldn't be too surprising at this point. Very nice of Bird Dog, of course, to provide a couple of scouting vines that will allow me to see exactly what it is we're dealing with, and we'll have to kind of count blocks here. We've got 6 high over here, 6 high over here, yeah. Each one of these is 6 blocks high. So, have to keep that in mind. Notice that you would want Yoshi down here in order to grab the power and indeed step there at all. So we have access to 2 POWs. We have access to 1 trampoline. And I don't know if at any point the trampoline will be useful for a sideways bump, but yeah, we basically have to manipulate objects such that we can work our way up. One very important property of the trampoline that we'll need to be aware of is the fact that POWs that are struck against it do survive. That is likely to be useful at some point, but until we've determined anything else about that, let's not jump to too many conclusions. Okay. Yoshi is now stuck on that side, unless, of course, I destroy the POW and have it respawn on that side. And then that way we can take Yoshi back to the left, we can have Yoshi plus object, and we can reset through the door if necessary. The only way that we can have basically saving 2 objects in our progression is to have Yoshi carrying an object going through the door. We can't keep both the POW and the spring, obviously. So the question is, what do we want in order to change our current state? Well, either way, I think we're going to have 1 object stuck on the right side. We should be thinking about the problem of how do we get all 3 objects on the left. It might involve using that additional POW that we see up there and kind of trading it down here. But I'm not exactly sure how that will work yet, because currently Yoshi is not going to get that far. He's not going to be able to make this jump by himself. So let's hear for a minute. Let's... and this is also a little too far. No, I can jump it. So let's say we destroy the POW. We can do this. Notice that, once again, Yoshi being placed directly underneath the pipe would be able to brace the POW 1 additional slot. Always a very important interaction to keep in mind. The fact that the donut block is going to drop through here is currently not useful, but maybe it will be someday. I think the way we should think about this then is to continue to move this object out as far as we can. We must use Yoshi for it, so we should be thinking about how to get Yoshi into such a position that I'm able to transport the spring further. And we have a couple of different ways we can think about that. But we should check this first. I mean, we already are in this position of having 1 POW on the right side. Currently, I don't see the configuration that allows me to get all 3 to the left just yet, but this slot here looks like it's potentially important in that, well, I mean, that's certainly no accident. I think it's going to be important somehow for keeping objects accessible, or having, say, Yoshi on this side swallow something on the right side. So Yoshi, once we get him up here, would be able to come down here, and if you have a 2 stack, then you would be able to grab the object at the top of the stack. That would still require us, though, to first of all have all 3 objects in the central area. And we don't have that yet, so we need to take advantage of the property of the POW being able to respawn. So we need to think about this. Under what circumstance would we want to destroy the POW and have it pop back out of this pipe? If we can figure that out, then we are in good shape. We would want the POW to drop on top of the spring, a very nice color coding here to kind of make that abundantly clear. And the only way to do that, I think, is... well, we actually need to move this spring back here. Let's... Alright, Lord Pengu, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. One can also do a complete reset if we wanted the spring to start back on the right side, which we might have to do. So, suppose that we want to get the POW out first. Because right now, we can jump directly out. And then we can use the POW to then allow Yoshi to go back there and grab the spring. Previously, we saw that this traps Yoshi on the right side if we do it this way, though. Now, the spring is always going to come down the bottom pipe, and it's also not going to be something we can destroy on the fly without using the reset door. So we'll just take a quick time out here. I mean, we have lost no progress. Oops. And yeah, this will require a little bit of thinking. We know that we can have the POW drop directly on top of Yoshi. We know, too, that having Yoshi on top of the POW... Well, let's say we move a POW out here, for instance, such that we can kind of destroy it at any time on our way up and have it respawn again. Under what circumstance would we want to do that? And Lord Pengu, we've been doing alright. I hope you've also been well. So, the other thing that we have access to right now are these 2 donut blocks. I don't think these donut blocks will be manually useful. At least not yet. Ideally, we find some way to grab that... Oh, okay, so here's one possibility. The tongue range is not going to reach the power from here. I'm thinking about how we can get Yoshi to get up there and start tonguing the POW, but it seems clear to me that we need two objects here and we need Yoshi to tongue one from the other side. Because it's a 4-block range, though. No, that might actually be out of range. I can never calculate these things. So let's say we grab this guy. This is not going to do anything for me, obviously, but we'll just be fancy about it. Whoops, that was not intentional either. We grab the POW. And suppose we... Yeah, we need two objects for sure, because two objects allows Yoshi to move on. Because even if with building momentum, this doesn't quite get you across. Yeah, it's going to be too high regardless. In fact, you needed a POW in the first place to get Yoshi even up to this level. So let's say we do that kind of repositioning. And then now we can put the POW on top if we want. The way to get Yoshi out of here is to destroy the POW, jump back, whoops, we are absolutely in range for this, we can do it, and then take Yoshi back out. Now the question is, from here, how do we obtain the POW? If you destroy again, it falls... It either falls onto Yoshi and gives you sort of an upper level, or it falls directly down below. The fact that it's over there does put it in range. Yeah, we calculated that earlier. 4 blocks. Yeah, we calculated that in the first section, in fact. That was the property that I was talking about. Where if Yoshi is on ground level and you are firing low, you get that +1 that actually looks like it's a bit out of range of the tongue artwork. So that would have been an easier way to do a whole bunch of different things. So now we need to figure out which object we want. Whoops, come on. Because one of these two will have to go up top. The POW has the advantage of being something that I can personally manipulate. Now, if we take this POW down below, then finally we are able to get all of the original objects back in order. But then I might have an issue with getting back out afterwards, though. Because, yeah, the idea would be that I need... So Yoshi's going to be the third jump. Standing on object 1, standing on object 2. We just need one additional object to move up. That's not hard, actually. Oh, except I moved the trampoline down below from despawning it. That's not a great idea. That should not be hard. Because let's say we go like this. We take Yoshi down. Yeah, at this point I do know how to get two objects out. Okay, no, here's how we're going to do it. We're actually going to despawn this POW. This guy. So that's going to be all the way lower down where the spring was just now when you saw it despawn and go back to the pipe. We're going to use this POW on the right to move both the original POW and a trampoline up to this level here, where it's within range. We then climb up on this vine and we despawn this POW, which is going to be over the checkpoint flag. And then that will allow me to have sufficient objects coming back into this position. So we have everything mapped out at this point, I think. And we should be able to do it. Yeah, notice how Yoshi at this location does not reach the spring, but could reach the POW. That's another important little difference here that we needed to be aware of. Okay, let's move this guy down. This is bottom POW that we're holding right now. Purpose of holding bottom POW is to just... Whoops. Hang on, let's make sure we're understanding what we're doing here. Yeah, I made a misstep earlier by despawning the trampoline prematurely, but it gave me some valuable information as to what to do from here, so I'm not going to be too fussed about it. So currently, bottom POW... Yeah, no, it's not going to be over the flag. It's going to be in the bottom right, perhaps. Hang on. I should not confuse my own order here. We want Yoshi to grab the spring. We've done that a couple of times already. We know how to do it. We actually need to destroy this POW afterwards, and that's how we get that done. So let's destroy the original POW. This is a bad idea. I created a difficult spot for jumping. Okay. This guy is going to go over here. Now remember that the tongue range does not work for the spring. It works for the POW, but not for the spring. So that's really important because it means the POW has to be at the bottom of this stack. Let's get it in position. Oh, nope, I messed it up. Let's get it in position. And this has to be taken up by jumping because I won't be able to tongue it. Time's up, but that's okay. We have the solution. We just need to do it. Okay. So once again, we grab the POW, we take it across. We grab Yoshi. We could have just grabbed a POW on the other side, actually. That would have been much more useful. Oh no, I forgot to take this all the way down. Hang on. Let's redo it. Okay, we know what to do. We'll take Yoshi over here. We'll take this. We can spit. No. Here's the thing. I need the spit to actually go all the way across. That was the thing that we did earlier that I didn't manage to do here. That was the difference. Okay, let's do this again. We will place this so that Yoshi has somewhere to go. We want the spit to be as far left as possible. That's great. That's exactly what we need. Welcome, lettuce. We will then drop that POW. And then this POW allows Yoshi to go across. Yoshi grabs the POW. Yoshi then drops the POW. I can soft drop on top of this, but I don't want to risk it. We then go across. Drop this guy. Now we have that POW. Excellent. So now we basically have what we need. We do need the other POW back down here, though. And that's okay, because I can grab that manually by myself. It's not really a big issue. Let's drop this guy here for the moment. I don't even need to take Yoshi up for this. We'll grab this POW. Come down here. We'll be careful with which POW we're holding. The original POW on the bottom must go on the top of the stack. This is as far as we got when we had a timeout earlier. We jump out. And then we take the POW as well. Let's drop this here so we're kind of within a reasonable range. We're going to drop both of these here. And then we're going to go far enough to not despawn these two, but despawn the POW that currently is at the bottom. So I don't know exactly how far that's going to be, but let's say this far. There we go. A good guess. And now we are set because we have a way to get everything across. In fact, I somehow suspect there's going to be some kind of bonus objective for keeping Yoshi all the way to the end, which we can do. We do know how to do it. Because, let's say we take this POW. Let's say we do the exchange over here. Let's move this one out of the way for just a moment. I'm wary of hitting that POW. Let's make sure we don't. Just going to be extra careful here. I'm going to take Yoshi up here to this level. I'll actually leave Yoshi on this side just to be safe. Then we whack this POW. And then we have access to everything now. Okay, good. Yes, we do. Let's not hit the POW by mistake. That would be awful. We'll do one POW stack. Ah, I forgot that we need one additional object here. That's okay, that can be done. We probably... Yeah, no, I just forgot that step. Well, you can do it. We just need to not despawn things. How would I have done it, though? Does Yoshi need to come last? No, I don't think so. We actually just need... We needed Yoshi to carry the spring, I think, and jump on this one, or... Let's see here. So I'm also thinking about the up throw. Let me check something very quickly. Mechanically speaking, there's one thing I have to know. Hang on. Just to confirm one thing. So we're absolutely sure. Hang on. Yeah, I usually kind of know these interactions cold, but we need to be absolutely sure that this works the way I think it does. Okay, good. Yep. Because it means that we have access to an up throw that would get me one additional object. Yes, okay, so that does work. We're likely to take timeout on this attempt. Let me make sure we still had some other objects to work with here. And Yeah, so if we... Well, I mean, if we get one object onto the top stack at all, then that's fine, because we... I think we need to destroy one POW, by the looks of it. Like, once we escort an object up with Yoshi, then we're probably fine, but... Or we could just do this and exit. I don't know if there's going to be a bonus for getting out with Yoshi intact, though, and there might be. There isn't, I don't think. No, because Divine is going to do that for you anyway. Like, the Divine is going to prevent you from any kind of Yoshi jump in that position. I don't know. Let's check the main screen, actually, because like the cloud positioning up top makes me suspect that exiting with Yoshi might be something additional. But we will go back and see. I just want to check the main screen. Yeah, it looks like there probably isn't anything there except for that bonus coin. Let's take a look. We'll zoom in. Yeah, just a bonus coin. No other exits or anything special, unless there was something in the top left cloud. I don't think it looks like it, though. Alright, so that's the clear. Yep, pretty elegant as far as bird dog levels go. They always tend to involve lots of interactions with fairly simple elements. Let's punch in another one. Once again, for people who are joining late, all of the codes that we'll be playing today will be some of the selections on the Tower Escape spreadsheet. I'm just going to pick one. We're mainly prioritizing people that I'm at least somewhat familiar with, but we're also going to be following some recommendations based on some of the outlier scores as well from judging that has already come in, and of course anybody who is a maker who drops by the stream. Typing while looking up codes can be a bit slow, but let's take a look at this one. So this will be by Major, who was a part of both 5 and 6 YMM, although last I checked, I think one of his levels was deleted by Nintendo and he has to re-upload. Because Major actually has had lots of deletions lately, since he's somebody who really explores a lot of slightly glitchy or trolly mechanics. And we've played many puzzles by him before in a one-screen format, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he has here for Tower Escape in Celestial Ruins, where the object will be to escape this tower lost in the clouds. Let's take a look. Okay. Pipe here, we're going to check what's up here first, though, just to see. 10 coin and an arrow, that's interesting. Potentially, there will be eventually some kind of a cape that is necessary. There is a 50 coin. I actually want to see if we can hit that before we do the puzzle proper. Just a nice edge jump. No, I think it's just bait. Unless there is some reason to believe that we pick up something like a cape later on. Sound effect tells me it's bait. Anyway, here we are in the main tower section, which is the main theme of this contest. This artwork in the Super Mario World Sky theme always throws me off a little bit because it works differently than it does in original Super Mario World, and at the top of the semi-solid in Maker is the top of the vegetation, which is not the case in the original game. Okay, let's go over here. So it looks like we have a key door that can only be accessed from below. There's also a one-way panel that is squeezing it. The key door might actually be an exit rather than an entrance. Although if you have something like a P-switch activation that would unlock the blaster, I'm wondering what it can do to manipulate any of this stuff. Also notice that if there is a P-switch activation, that coin would turn into a block. We don't know what is currently placed inside that note block, whether it's there just to bounce you out of the left side or if it actually is going to drop something if something steps on top of it. We will have to think about some of this stuff later. For now, let's check the pipe. Let's also check this shaft over here. And we're just going to scout around a little bit to get a lay of the land and understand what it is we're dealing with. Okay, so that is a spike ball by proximity. That's going to drop the twister. Twister might allow me to preserve a POW. I also noticed that this block here looks awfully suspicious. That box and this indication on the left side, we'll see what any of that is all about. Anyway, we do have the opportunity now, though, to use a trampoline and a POW. So let's take this, and we'll just escort both items for now until we see a good use for either of them. Looks like this is a dead end for now. So one important thing with the POW that you should notice is that it would drop the coin. The coin drop would potentially affect something later. Now, if you use the POW and you do the coin drop, though, certainly this wouldn't be the kind of level that just kind of becomes unbeatable from that point, right? So the fact that we have the POW available to us again from the spawner later on tells me that I should just drop the coin, and we'll see what that affects if we eventually wrap around to the door. Because it seems fairly likely that we will get some other use out of it. So let's, first of all, drop the POW, take this guy up. Take this guy up, I said. Notice that the POW at the bottom level is something that is potentially despawnable, such that if we pass this, for instance, it might respawn a POW because of the despawn in the tower, which is something that we also saw come into play in Bird Dog's level just before this one. We are missing one additional object to stand on, though, by the looks of it. It might be something that we'll need a twister for, but let's come back down here and understand what it is we'll be dealing with. Yeah, notice that we can, since we've gone up here, go below the twister. So this is how you get both the POW and the spring available up top. That's previously you needed to drop a POW in order to get this up and running. We no longer need to do that. We can just take this, drop this, and POW allows me to go up here. The twister will allow the POW to remain in position until I need it. It also will keep it spawned in case we go too high. I don't currently see a way to reobtain this guy just yet. Let's not hit the POW. But once we release the on-off switch, who knows? This looks like it might potentially be a spawn blocker, though, that would maybe drop a gate or something to prevent you from going down. One thing I really wanted to check as well is this. No, didn't think so. So yeah, that's okay. We will... By the way, notice that it is possible to move the twister. I don't know if it's possible to just drop it completely. I think we need to... Yeah, drop it completely. There we go. And then notice that at this point, that hitting the on-off switch would drop the twister down to the lower level, and that's what allows me to grab the spring and bring it up. So, whoops, we need to drop it while it's on top of that block though. We also killed some kind of gate. That isn't relevant to my interest yet, but will be eventually, I'm sure. Oh, let's not lose that. Yeah, notice that there's this whole shaft in the middle as well. We don't know how to use it yet, but eventually I'm sure that will be relevant. Yeah, so we did need the on-off state to be toggled in order to get up to this point. And yes, this note block up here must have been the spike ball spawner for the twister earlier. Checkpoint is coming up fairly quickly. We do need a POW in order to lower this gate. So yeah, so far so good. And then, yeah, so we have Yoshi. Yoshi probably would have allowed me to re-obtain an object that we had dropped up to this point earlier. We would need to drop down to Central Shaft, though. We can't do it here. We need to think about where Yoshi could be repositioned. Or what he can actually manipulate. And currently we don't see that. I have 60 seconds to find that out. Yeah, it looks like we definitely needed something like that POW from earlier. Notice that if we had done Spring and POW over here on the right side on the way up, and if we had maintained position such that it wasn't despawned, then Yoshi would be able to reach across here and grab the POW. Reaching across and grabbing the POW would allow you to hit the muncher. Unfortunately, how do I reset back to that position now that I'm already up here? That's the thing that I don't think I know yet. You would have to do this. Yes, and then you would have to go back up like this. So that's progressed. We also have 20 seconds remaining, which is not great, but also notice that POW allows me to eventually send something through here on the left side. So yeah, didn't quite know how to recover our position from there, but we will make a few little adjustments. We got a fair bit done, considering that was, I think, the first timeout that we've seen so far. Anyway, like I said, one up over here, coin that is potentially a coin drop down there. I feel like that's the kind of, major style adjustment that may become relevant later, so I'm gonna do it again, just in case. Just in case. I mean, it probably won't be relevant, but I'm not taking chances. And I kind of want to see what that affects, if anything. Just purely out of curiosity. So yeah, we know how this series of interactions work. It is based on despawning, so we'll go up here, we'll move the camera, and bring the POW back. Yeah, we'll check this guy. We'll take the POW over. Hang on, let's move this over slightly. Then POW will allow me to go up. And let's remove this. Twister needs to kind of come off right at the edge if you want to do anything with it. So let's... Notice that once you toggle the switch, you are kind of locked into right side position, so it does force a particular sequence. Very nice of the Twister to just give me this directly, so I don't have to mess around with it too much. Okay, so this time around we're going to try to keep the POW within Yoshi range. And we'll try to maybe position things over here such that we have a little bit of running distance that's right over the arrow, rather than over the central shaft. I feel like that's not going to be quite workable. But as long as the POW is within a 4-tile range, I think we're okay. So we don't want a dead center, we want it just a little off to the side. I said a little off to the side, not that much. Whoops. Okay. POW's still bouncing, which is good, because we need to not scroll the camera too high until we've had Yoshi have the opportunity to grab it with that very deceptive tongue range that only works with the POW and only works with the low spit. So that's going to be checkpoint. And checkpoint is going to come with an item check here. Kind of looks like Yoshi could spit something across, but it's not like Yoshi can pick anything up at this moment. But we'll just proceed for now. Notice that the right side drop here implies to me that eventually we might want to go back down with an object and escort Yoshi across. Bird Dog, welcome. Bird Dog, we just completed yours before this one. Yours was first up today, and we just finished it, which was good because it got me into the mindset of thinking about despawning at certain vertical ranges, which has been very useful in Major's puzzle over here. Anyway, we are going to reset through here. I don't know if the design on the other side has any bearing on what we're doing. It might. I just don't really have a good look at it yet from a freeze frame perspective, but we'll keep that in mind in case it does become relevant later. This looks like it's going to be a Yoshi jump, and that the point of this perhaps was to get locked on this side and to have Yoshi spawn over here. Unfortunately, that gets me back into the same position I was in before checkpoints. So the question we have to ask ourselves is the fact that it was at checkpoints something doing anything different? Actually, you know what? This just took me up directly. How did that work? Oh, because of the spike ball in this location breaking this open post-checkpoint. Because when you reach checkpoint, the block here opens this wall. And yeah, Bird Dog, I'm not planning to do 100% of these either. I'm coming pretty late to doing any of these at all. I just started this week. I was originally going to see if I could judge this contest as well, along with every other puzzle streamer, it seems, but scheduling didn't work out for me in February, so I'm only seeing some of these now, and there are, I think, 36 in total. I think there were 50-something for Stolen Tools, as you'll recall, which I have not been close to finishing either. But that's okay. I mean, it'll still be around come next Christmas, perhaps. So the P-switch. What is the P-switch going to do for me here? Let's think about this. Do we want anything else with Yoshi? P-switch is going to unblock this. I wonder if we're going to be within range for anything to spawn here. To potentially, say, spawn something that I can jump on and escort the spring across such that Yoshi is going to be able to make it over. I feel like it's going to be something like that. Also, we should check the pipe. Not that it was likely to be anything. Yeah, so P-switch just has to be stepped on. And then... oh, I see. Okay, so there's the wall there. And then that respawns. Interesting. It looks like the idea would be, well, we can do this in the first place. But the idea would be that if you activate a P-switch, then Yoshi would be able to come back and grab this from the other side, right? Because Yoshi currently can't reach it. the P-switch allows him to reach it. There we go. And that allows me to get Yoshi across. Now, Yoshi then allows me to jump off and go further. I noticed too that we might need to double back and grab that trampoline. Notice also that P is going to be within range, which is really important because we will need a little bit of item juggling here to get Yoshi across. Possibly Yoshi can also do a P jump. I feel like that's not going to be within range though. Not nearly. How did Yoshi get within range here earlier? Yeah, it's along the descent with that extra tile. It's always such a weird interaction. Oh, yeah, I guess having the trampoline potentially gives me a platform for entering this. Also allowing me to escort the P-switch out here would give me something to work with as well. So let's respawn from checkpoint. Progress has been going rather smoothly for this one, I think. So let's just get back to where we were and think about what we have gained so far. First of all, the fact that we have broken the wall means that Yoshi is immediately accessible. We did learn this in the previous attempt, so there's no use waiting here. We'll just go directly. Also notice that this door acts as a reset, but why would you want to use it as a reset? If, for example, let's say we're carrying P-switch back here, for instance, or something to that effect. Why would we be doing that? Let's think. Notice, too, this whole central shaft that we're not using yet, which may become relevant. Yeah, so the P-switch... Well... Hang on. Let's do this first of all, and get this in position. We'll do the P-switch thing yet again to escort a trampoline to the left side, which is the main thing that we gain from this endeavor. Then I'm thinking about what else we could do now, because we can grab the P-switch, but then we can stack the P-switch and the trampoline on this side, and that allows me to re-obtain the trampoline on the left. So yeah, the P is going to be a stacking element. This is fairly easy to see, I just didn't have time to do it on the last attempt. But it's actually a very clear thing to do. Let's move this. Okay. And now we... Well, I mean, we can always step on the P, but we wouldn't really want to do that, I don't think. We just want to take Yoshi upwards. Because Yoshi will be able to jump out of there anyway. Hang on. Let's place this properly. Possibly we can also despawn the P at a certain range. And fall back towards it. Yeah, it would be despawn the P. Great. That's exactly what we wanted. That would allow me to bring the P up here. Not that that helps at all in this location, in fact, because... Ah, yes, so notice that the P-switch over the central column would drop out. And so that would open up the center. Why we would want to do that, I don't know yet. Unless we're supposed to scroll up towards that and have something spawn that is currently obstructing. Hard to say. But if I grab the P-switch, like one thing that I'm thinking of course is whether there's any way to get the trampoline up further. Or whether doing this would ever give me something like a door entry. That would be an interesting thing to look at, actually. I'm very curious about whether this could be done. I think it is just a little bit too low. If you look at the P, it's not going to reach door height. Oh well, too bad. It was a promising idea. Okay, up we go. I guess we'll just continue. Not having activated the P, but 50 coin up there, okay. So we have not activated the P. We see a block there. Okay, Clown Car's gonna get me some mileage. Yoshi is still within range, that's good news. Not that we have a way to get back down there at present. Muncher, interesting. Icicles. Looks like that's a damaged gate right there. A couple of things here seem to be implying what? That you can get out. We know about the Clown Car spawn. And we know that that's going to allow me to loop around. So we need to escort Yoshi. Okay, that's great. That's easily understandable. The P-switch, if it's open... So I think there's going to be some kind of track interaction maybe that allows you to push something all the way back up. Let's take a look at this track. Where does it start? It starts all the way at the bottom. We also dropped way too low, and now I'm in a bit of a bad position because we reset too much progress at once. I think it is going to be something that requires a lot of navigation back to where we were earlier. However, Clown Car is able to get me where? Well, let's take a look. Let's go back. Yeah, so now I'm just going to go back and scout, in fact, because we need to see how the central elevator column is going to work. Yeah, spike ball over there. We need to know where things are going to be loaded in. Oh, this is blocked right now, so we can't actually go down past this point. The blaster specifically prevents it, unless, of course, we do a double tap with the on-off, which we can't do in this location. Okay, so yeah, so the blaster actually locks you to the second half of the level, so you can't go back and break anything. So we just straight up lost progress, I think. As you have this, you have a track going up in the center, you have all of the objectives that we had seen previously. Hang on. How did we do this earlier? We absolutely... hang on, we just need to go high enough that we can carry this. There we go. I know that solution because the very first thing I ever built in Maker 2 actually would not have been a bad fit for tower escape. In that it was also something that was kind of built around a major vertical puzzle section that also had a up throw plus vine sequence just like that one, so this is somewhat familiar territory for me. when it comes to that style of solution right from day one of the game back in 2019. Now this is going to be a timeout. We might as well just wait it out and redo the part 2 at a level once again. Okay, let's see what we can do. Yoshi first. So yeah, we made it up to the clown car, and then I lost a bunch of progress from going down too far at once. But the objective will eventually be to get Yoshi up as high as we can. It is something that we should think about as a Yoshi escort, this whole section. No, that's wrong. I needed to do this whole thing first and trade Yoshi over. Actually, you know, I think the idea was not this solution that I do here. The idea is that you hit the P-switch, you drop the trampoline here, you jump over, then you use Yoshi to grab this while it's still on the ground level, or you just use Yoshi to grab him. You don't even need the P-switch. So we just did things the complicated way just because. And that has been generally the experience of how I solve puzzles so far. We figure things out the complicated way, and only afterwards realize that we were overthinking it. That's just how things are going to work around here. There we go. Always a little bit janky looking to have the Yoshi tongue range extend that far. Whoops. But we'll take it. In a way, we know from previous experience that despawning the P will allow me to get it back in action over here, which is good because now we need to think about what a clown car possibly be useful for. The clown car can fly back here. I don't know why we didn't just fly it back here and take it down. Because I don't think that 2-tile slot actually blocks anything interesting, right? Let's see here. Yeah, so why didn't we just take it down here on the left side earlier? And move Yoshi in. Also notice that Yoshi currently is holding the P, but there's some possibility that we'll need to spring later on. The spring would actually be more useful, I think. But since we worked to get the P all the way over here, let's take the P. Let's take the P. I think it has to be the P for now, because I don't see how to get the spring up. Muncher is going to do that. Notice that if I jump up with Yoshi, that Yoshi will run and go the wrong way. Okay. Never mind. So what is up with the P-switch activation here then? Because we currently have to deal with the Muncher. We don't have a good way to do it. Unless we have access to something like a POW, or a hat, Buzzy hat, Spiny hat, something like that. But as you can see, the P-switch here is on top of a semi-solid. It might be a spawn block of something like a blaster that will give me a spawned object. But that's hard to say. Also, can't really do much over here. Let's see. But you can lead Yoshi up in the clown car. If Yoshi rides up in the clown car follows you. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. You have to lower this until Yoshi comes around and follows you. There we go. There we go. Very nice solution. I'd actually been playing around with Yoshi plus Clown Car in the editor recently, and so that was also fresh in memory, and hopefully so. Notice that if we had managed to smuggle a spring over here at this point that Yoshi would have been able to go over. As it is, we only have the P, and I'm really unable to use the P for anything useful, so we will take the pipe. Here's a checkpoint. Yeah, we still have the Muncher and the whole central shaft that we haven't dealt with yet. Looks like this may rapidly transform into something like a Skytree level, for all I know. So this is a reset. Door equals reset. Okay, that's important information. Yeah, because now we know that this is going to be the whole introductory sequence, probably. Yeah, because it's probably just going to trap you, right? Like if you go in here, that's the opening. And it resets the entire thing. Okay. Oh, what if I had hit the P-switch prior to coming in here? If I had hit the P-switch, then this would have opened up. And that would have been fine. Yeah, notice in this interaction here, like it doesn't... Oh, it does allow you to go back through the door. Okay, okay. So, but that's an interesting question. Like, if I had activated a P-switch, and within 10 seconds gone to the checkpoint room, gone over here quickly, and gone back out to the entrance with the P-switch active, what would that have done for me? Afterwards, I might want to flow through this puzzle again to check that. In fact, oh, this looks like it's a Skytree. Skytree. Which means that we need to do this, then... Ah, yes, and then... You need to do a double tap fairly quickly, then. Okay. That's understandable. Yeah, so notice that we also took a key death. Or, no, we didn't. We just spent a key. We just spent a key. Never mind. Alright then, let's do this quickly. Double tap it. That gets me across. That'll open up this gate. Oh, I should have grabbed that vine. That's okay, we probably need a bone shelf or something anyway. And bone shell will not be transportable through here, though we should have known that by now. Bone shell, oddly enough, does allow me to whack the question block on this side. Oh. What does that give me? A cloud, okay. So yeah, even if we got the P-switch there, then we would not have been able to hit that question block. Since it's a cloud rather than something like a... yeah, a cloud rather than something like a spike ball. Anyway. Oh, okay, this is going to be a speed segment. In fact, we need to hit a P-switch before the P area that was blocked later on. And then this is... yeah, this is going to be a Skytree segment. Let's see. You go up and then you have to hit the P such that it crosses over the P-switch area. We're going to time out, and then we understand how that's going to work. Okay. I do understand it. Let's go over here. We do need the bone shell first, so let's do it. That's a double tap. Now, the thing about Skytree segments is that visibility is always a little bit of an issue when you are attempting them for the first try. You are almost certainly going to have to reset here and there. Just from reading the segment for the first time. As you make the ascent. Alright. Let's do this. Yeah, so I guess ultimately, even if you had spent the POW on the coin drop there, I don't think that really affects anything. Okay, so now we need to be quick. You tap this, you go up, hit the on-off switch. Too slow. Oh, okay, and you get another cloud, so you are actually expected to jump up at this point, so you can speed over to the on-off switch. And then the next cloud takes you up, and then over here, okay. Looks like we're supposed to ride something up and possibly be in an invincible form. I'm just thinking about what to do with the Muncher, because that's not so clear. Unless we're supposed to carry a POW in the cloud up to that point, which is possible, but I don't know why we're given the Bone Shell. The Bone Shell might just be solely for the purpose of getting me that initial yeah, getting me access to that cloud initially. I don't know what else the Bone Shell would be useful for then, but the implications seem to be that we would have to keep it. Let's go back and try it. Yeah, because the question is, why would I want the Bone Shell rather than something like the POW if I'm riding a cloud anyway? Like, why shouldn't I take the POW and get rid of the Muncher when we have to deal with it? Now, Bone Shell is going to drop an item, as we know. Because the POW has to be the thing we use against the Muncher, right? So... okay. Speed over here. Nope, just a little bit too slow. But then we would have to go back up here, we would hit the P, and then we would then strike the POW over here against this wall, likely, in order to get the Muncher down. So, it seems to be the way to do it. Also, can we take the POW with me through to reset? It looks like the answer is... possibly. It doesn't really affect anything. I almost feel like I needed to do an up throw here instead of trying to race up. Nope. Like, the idea would be that you would pick up the POW here instead. I think that might be a bit slow, though. Okay. I guess we need to reset. That's okay, that's what this door is for. So yeah, I just need to fly a little better, I suppose. Jump up a little bit sooner. Whoops. No, that's not going to be it. Actually, yeah, just jumping in that position rather than flying up and down, that might be the best optimization we can make for the time being, just to clean that up. Just making a jump is probably going to be best. Like, jump, go. Nope, just a tiny bit too slow. It's a bit tight. Then we come up here, step on a P, go up, whack the POW pretty much as soon as the Muncher is in range, which is going to be right here. Alright, let's go back. And let's try it again. I think I do have the right idea though. That I know what to do, I just am not doing it quickly enough. And there's still a lot of room for improvement. Things like this, for instance. Had a bit of a head bump earlier, that wasn't necessary. Nope, that was too soon. Hang on. Yeah, so we'll do this. And we'll just rehearse this quickly. And then maybe even an up throw at this point. But then the continuation from there, yeah, it's just through to Muncher. That's all it would be. Alright, let's fly up to the POW again. Let's grab the POW first. And then see what we can do. We'll let that cloud despawn. We'll grab a new one. Cloud expiry doesn't matter too much since we are opening it up initially with this block. Clouds, as we all know, are timed from spawn, not from when you claim them. Nope, too slow. I need to figure out, like, I think I jump once I'm past the square. And I need to be positioned a little bit to the left. So we don't spend so much flight time on the horizontal positioning. That's okay. Should be able to do that soon. And we just go up that central shaft. And then, oh, nope, forgot to double tap it. Going to be a bit late on a P-switch, perhaps? No, we'll make it. Okay. And any surprises over here? No, it doesn't seem like it. Except bone shell. Oh, wow, we need to keep going. Okay. That is going to be quite a race. And yeah, Bird Dog, thanks for dropping by. Hope you get a chance to catch up on your own creation. Anyway, that's going to be an exit. I think we are done. Yes, we are done. GG. Okay, so I didn't make as much of a mess there as I thought it. Oh, time's up. We didn't see the timer. So I guess we're doing it again. We'll have to do it twice. That's alright. We just needed to pilot the cloud a little bit more accurately. That's all there was to it. Let's hopefully not spend an extra half an hour getting it right. Yeah, that was maybe not the proudest ending. Oh, yes, we need to do the bone shell first. Hang on. We need to get back into position to get the bone shell. Yeah, I was not watching the clock at all. That was definitely a bit of an issue. And yeah, even though I forgot to double tap on the cloud, the second cloud initially, I had plenty of time for the P-switch into POW. That was not at all the issue. Whoops. So we'll just try to do this cleanly. Okay. Did this go all the way up? I hope so. Given that once again I was a little bit slow into double tap. Yeah, bone shell, and that's going to open up the cloud in the other zone. Then we abandon the bone shell and go straight for the POW in preparation. So yeah, no need for the shell. We are just going to go for the POW first. And we reset everything. And yeah, the mantra was really just the last obstacle, so we are going to be fine as long as the transition to the second cloud comes cleanly. That's the only really tight element of this initial climb. Nope. Too early. Yeah, we need to jump up pretty much at about this location. And then... And that's still taking 2 jumps. I wonder if I should jump at all, actually. Because you would need that extra landing time followed by a second jump. Maybe so. It's difficult to say as somebody who's not a speedrunner in any capacity. Alright, let's take this out. And let's do it again. Straight up, too late. Like I said, we'll probably hopefully not find ourselves on this for half an hour just from being distracted by the ending coins. But yeah, the actual solution element of this is all done. Nope, too slow. Well, that's okay. We'll just see how easily we can replicate what we did earlier. But yeah, once you get the second cloud, it is so easy to finish. Shouldn't cause any trouble whatsoever. Nope, it's still short. Possibly doesn't help that I'm not on my usual controller. I am on Pro Controller right now. Which is good for puzzle solving because of screenshots, zoom-ins, etc., but not so good for platforming. Let's hit this. Because I usually, as people know, I usually play with the Super Nintendo controller, which has a much more comfortable D-pad to work with. Too slow. Yeah, I really do need to kind of veer towards the left as I go up. Yeah, it seems like in the puzzles that we played so far, the execution stuff has been much more time-consuming than the actual solutions. That was the case with the 7-part Terramis level that was left unfinished at the end of last stream, on part 6 of 7. We got reasonably close. Nope, too soon. A little bit difficult to estimate this, but... Yeah, with the other level, we may continue it later today, but I was running into one execution-oriented timeout after another, and it just took forever to get through. And could have done a whole lot better. But there's quite so many input errors even after we had solved the bulk of the actual logic. Nope, too slow. It is pretty tight. Feels like it could have used being like maybe about a block more lenient, just to account for poor flying. Okay, yeah, I am dipping a little bit on the initial flight. That's part of the issue. Also, just estimating this jump very poorly. And we're going to run into timeout issues again, probably, because we're down to 160 seconds already. This time we will actually watch the clock when I'm on the final screen, so we don't have quite so many problems. Also, on this attempt, I burnt a little too much time with the bone shell segment in the beginning. with this part of the level, so a lot of room for improvement everywhere. There we go. Okay, double tap, P-switch. Shoot, no, I didn't mean to jump out of that cloud. I'm gonna be a little bit too slow, I think. Nope, we got it, we got it. We're grabbing a 50 coin because that's how we roll. And we know this time not to bother with any of the stuff on the right, we just go directly for the exit with 110 to spare. So this time, let's, in leisurely fashion, grab all the coins with an extra 100 seconds to work with. Naturally, since there's nothing up here, we're going to check it. And let's just fall into the gate. That's going to be a GG. Okay, let's see who we are going to pull up next. There are a lot of makers who were involved in this. And I'm just kind of scrolling over the list. Most of them are known to me, not all of them. But here's the spreadsheet regardless. And I'm going to see if we can find anything that's been particularly well received. Yeah, let's take a look at Xenomalous. Whoops. Misentering this because I'm handling the spreadsheet with the other hand, but here we go. N4H SFG. I think that's an S. Might be a 5. Ah, there we go. So this is Kamek's confounding castle. Tower escaped to reach the summit. Oh no, Kamek's been remodeling again. Current record held by fellow tower maker MangMang69. Yeah, I feel like I've played some things by Xenomalous before, but wouldn't claim to know him well. So let's see how this goes. We're unlikely to beat Mang's world record. And welcome, Mang, incidentally. Now you can see how I might fumble through this. And 10 coin over there, okay. Look at all these one-way panels here as well. I think that's just decorative. That's like the one time that one-way panels will ever look attractive enough to be decorative. You didn't know you had a record? Yeah, not too many solves in this right now, though, but who knows? Anyway, this looks like a face. 2 eyes and a mole. You got a mole in your mouth for some reason. Obviously, we will check the door before we check the pipe with the arrow. Because we don't do things according to indication. 50 coins, so yeah, this is something perhaps we're checking when we have something like a boot or something else that would get me there. Oh, interesting. Didn't expect to hit that. Anyway, let's move up. This is probably just a straight up reset door for this section. Notice the icicle that's on top of the on-off switch. If we get within range, icicle is going to activate that for me unless it has already been activated. That would drop the muncher and open up access to the POW. Now why would I want to do that down there? Instead of having the on-off switch already activated. Oh, I see. It doesn't dislodge. Okay, so we actually do need a multiple activation on this then. Like if you come up here with this already off, then that doesn't do anything for you. Okay, yeah. Now the thing is, do I need to reset to do something here? I don't know yet because we haven't scouted far enough, really. The idea should be to eventually move a POW to allow myself to enter the pipe on the left. Let's try to respawn into this room starting in the off position. That would be something that creates a state change. And we don't know how this stack here is set up initially, so that might be worthwhile. Yeah, the Muncher offset is something I'm looking at here because I don't know how that might have been set up. And I feel like that's a fairly important thing to know if I'm going to be manipulating this section. So we've come here in on, we've come here in off. We know how to activate this. And that is as far as we've been able to get in this room. But was there an object that could manipulate? Who knows? Also, let's check title again, Confounding Castle. This is on the assumption that this isn't like a twice segment or something. Not because, you know, it's easy for doors to fool us that way. Oh, I see. No, the issue right now is that the POW is being spawned on the left side. We need the POW to spawn on the right side, so we need to come up towards the blaster initially. Camera-wise, going to the right. Okay, that's the only change we need to make then, because that would allow me to drop the POW using the... drop the Muncher, rather, using the POW. Now, the way to do that would be what? We would need to manipulate the camera positioning and figure out some way to either have the blaster not spawn initially, like not get within range of it. So, for example, we stay low on the camera. Let's say we stay low on the camera. Oh, that's too high. But if we drop the icicle in advance, then we can stay low and just walk off. So for example, we walk off, then we come here, then now we grab that. Now here's the issue, is that we do need the POW in order to go through here. And to go up, for that matter. This icicle is going to be an SD icicle, it seems. Also notice that the POW can be fired into either slot here, left or right. So far we don't know what that affects, but we can go down and then respawn that POW perhaps. Hitting the on-off switch again will destroy the blaster. Do we want to do that? Uncertain. But the POW is remaining loaded for now, so let's see if we do destroy it. But the POW is already there. We need to not have the POW spawn then. The way to not have the POW spawn is to take out the Muncher without having had an additional POW be spat out of there yet. And SDGML, welcome. Glad to hear you're working on a level. We'll have even more to play on top of the ever-growing pile. So, icicle first, keep the camera low, take the POW. So yeah, we want to drop the Muncher without spawning a new POW. We actually want the off state. Or rather, no, we want the on state. But then the icicle would activate the other state. We can keep the POW alive for the time being, though. Because having the POW alive here is not quite enough. But the idea would be that we would want to brace the blaster. And then do the same thing as before, but with the off state after that. But we still want the blaster to fire a POW at me to the right side, right? So let's see about that. So let's say we fire POW. The switch remains on. We need to do something like pre-drop the icicle or something, and or block the icicle somehow, which might have been a smart thing to do, actually, is block the icicle and have the icicle hit the POW. That was, I believe, the way to do it, in fact. You have the icicle hit the POW rather than hit the... Except that would still spawn everything but Dula. No, it wouldn't, because the blaster would still remain in the upper position. We're going to hit timeout here, but let's see what we can do. So the idea is that, well, let's drop this guy first and let's place the POW. And yeah, the POW is going to be offset slightly. Then you can grab this. And then you get the icicle again to hit the switch, and that lowers the blaster. And then I'm able to get through. So we have the solution to that part, I think. Yeah, notice that there's going to be an upper exit later on. Looks like it probably will be from something like a boot. Unless, no, it's probably just the pipe spitting you into the checkpoint and then you double back into the pipe. Possibly. Well, I mean, a couple of things in this part of the tower that we just don't know about yet. Okay, so let's pre-drop this. Keep the camera low. Use the POW. Pre-drop the icicle. Drop the POW. Come back here. Grab an additional POW. We can actually just leave this POW up here. We don't need to. Oh, we do need to use it because of the Muncher remaining spawn. No, that's okay. Because we just fired the Muncher and we grab something new. And in fact, we can just go through directly. We didn't need to do anything else. I am going to scout ahead just to see what's going on up here. We don't want to hit my head over there. Yeah, I think it is going to be checkpoint at this stage, so. But let's just look ahead quickly without despawning the POW. We'll have an additional POW in the event of a despawn, so let's not worry too much about the checkpoint. So we'll have a drop over here. Yeah, we'll have another checkpoint over here. That's fine then. Alright, in that case, let's grab this first. Looks like we would have had access to going up here, in fact, if we had managed to keep both POWs. So for example, you get one POW. Let's see if I can grab the other one while keeping the first one spawned, because that allows me to do this. We take one POW in and we take another POW. And then we see what's up here. Just out of curiosity. Okay, a little bonus music for people who are extra curious. Okay, so notice, by the way, the use of the background decoration to denote some of the placements, because it's very clear that the icicle will eventually need to hit this POW, so we'll just drop it there. I don't know if that's really going to be within range of anything, though. Nor do we have a way to activate an on-off switch just yet, so let's see. We do want an on-off activation of some sort. We will be able to do this. It will kill that POW, which is okay because that POW does respawn. But we need the first icicle to drop. So for example, let's say we do this. That icicle will now be blocked. And that's okay because we can punch out everything if we have a second POW to work with. Because I'm thinking about the munchers on the left side. We need one POW to take them out, one POW to remain alive to get my way up there. And that's okay, because why don't we just do this? And that's not within range. That is also not within range. We need to step on the icicle. Okay, that's going to be fairly far. And if the icicle comes down and hits this POW respawns, so that's fine. We'll just do it that way. Trade POWs. And yeah, notice that the POW is out of range, so that actually does nothing except give me the second POW, which is fine, because having both POWs up to this location is precisely what we wanted to get done. In that case, let's start stacking. Now the thing is, do I have enough height to make it past there? I feel like I'm missing one step. That one step is to hold an additional POW over here through a good strategic respawn. That is going to happen with the camera at a lower level. Like, we need a lower camera such that you can drop an icicle and eradicate the POWs that are on the left rather than the ones on the right. Now, we already have this POW accounted for. So it's not going to be any of this stuff. I may take the def just to reset our position here. Yeah, that's what this icicle is for. We'll just try to reset this quickly. Okay, so we are going to trade POWs. If we can. Trading POWs allows me to get 2 POWs back up. Notice that destroying this POW will also allow me to regain it down below. Notice also that firing this POW at this point doesn't really do much. So we need to figure out how this whole on-off sequence fits in. It is going to disable the central icicle from hitting the POW just yet. Because we disable one on switch, Yeah, ultimately we need to get both icicles across, and we need to figure out if there's a way to do it. Killing the Munchers with this Blaster's POW already out on the field and available. So yeah, we are actually going to step on this so we get both POWs up and running. That respawns. So we need that POW to be available. And then we need the icicle to do what for me? So this is interesting. If you load one POW on top of the icicle and you drop it while the switch is set to on, then you can actually have the like one POW kind of preloaded on top of the on-off blocks. And which, if you have a way to drop that afterwards, you can drop an on-off, sorry, not an on-off, you can drop a POW through the center and kind of grab it on your way over. And the question is, what on-off activation would allow me to do that? Because, well, it would be using this icicle. But the idea is that you would kind of deliver an on-off over there that way. Like you would drop this, you would then drop one POW into the central segment. And then you would like wiggle the icicle over here perhaps. And then jump over and grab a POW as it's falling down. That's going to be a tricky positioning, but... So the question then is, which POW do we want to use for that? Probably... I mean, once again, this guy has to stay alive, so it's going to be this guy. And the other POW will have to be eradicated somehow. So yeah, because let's say we hit all of these Munchers, we have one POW left alive, then we move that up, but then we don't have a way to get to the on-off switch. Unless we do this first. On-off, and then grab a second POW. Whoops. So this should be top POW right now that we just destroyed. And then getting up there to grab it is going to activate the switch here. Which would ordinarily be fine. Yeah, no, that's an issue, in fact. Because we'll be down by one POW. We'll have... Yeah, we need to load this POW here with the off state. At some point, so we do need to take out all the Munchers, though. And take out all the Munchers with 2 POWs remaining rather than 1, which would require me to somehow make it back up with the lower POW that we saw earlier. I mean, one way to do it is through a remote activation with the icicle. But yeah, the sequence is going to be Munchers die. Then you are able to place a platform where the Munchers are. Yeah, because you need 2 POWs available on left, and then 1 POW gets activated, you go back, you get the other one. Then why would we need to do this whole central interaction over here? Also, notice this Muncher down here. I don't know what that's useful for. This guy. That might turn out to be relevant somehow. We're currently holding this top POW, right? Yeah. So the idea, once again, we haven't thought about how to use to reset doors. That's something that is potentially useful. If you take a certain POW with you, yeah, so we have a POW down here. We're going to jump up. Grab this guy. Now, is there a way to fire this other POW with the Munchers in range and then get it back? I think there is, and it is going to be to load it on top of the icicle, drop the icicle once, and then drop a second icicle on top of it. I think it is possible to do it that way. And this remains alive. Yeah, I don't know, the logic there doesn't quite work though, because like, why would that be any better than just firing that POW directly by throwing it? That doesn't seem to make sense. Like, that doesn't seem to be any gain in power. So, let's go back up. The part that I've seen so far seems right though. That getting both POWs up into the top position seems absolutely necessary. And the way to do it is with the first icicle drop. And that if we destroy one POW using the on-off switches, what will we want the off state for? Well, let's see, because let's say we grab this guy. Load him on top. I mean, it doesn't need to be loaded now, of course. Use the original POW as the one that we destroy. We won't be getting it back. But we're just trying some things here. Okay, so now we're in the off state. And we've got that POW loaded in that middle position. Can we then come up with one of the original POWs? Do we have the height to do it? I don't think we have the height. But what we can do is come back over here for the drop. Why would we want to do that? Like, having this available accomplishes what? Yeah, striking with the icicles removes the Munchers, but also removes the right side. Yeah, working in this logically, the main issue we have right now is how do we get the original POW up to this position? But have both POWs available on the left. Let's see. Because let's say we, yeah, so what's this whole on-off thing preventing? What is this even doing for me? Well, let's reset it. It's going to be 300 seconds. So let's just take the death, actually, just to rethink this. So we have the POW, we come up here, we'll grab the other POW. Now the idea is that we need this POW in this position, and we need to be able to take it up with us after having expended one POW to kill all the munchers. This guy needs to remain alive. One way to do that is to have something additional to step on down here, which we can do as long as we fire the POW with this muncher out of range so it hasn't dropped the blaster, which shouldn't drop anyway. Let's say we grab this guy. Hang on, I lost track. Which one is this? Yeah, let's redo it. Let's redo it. We could just reset from checkpoint, but might as well buy some time. Yeah, we need a POW activation that will not destroy this muncher down here. And that can be done. That can be arranged. We need to take the next POW down. We're going to drop it down here. We'll use that opportunity to get this POW upstairs. I've done that a few times already. It works fine. Previously we were dropping the icicle on top of this POW. We're now holding bottom POW. Holding bottom POW allows me to move up here and destroy everything while regaining the bottom POW. And that's fine. So that allows me to drop this. And then how do we trade it up from here? Let's think about it. Yeah, so one of the POWs will need to be at the bottom, and we use it to jump. And then we know how to get both POWs on this level, but we don't know how to continue from there with having the munchers already destroyed, because having both POWs in this position requires me to have grabbed a respawn from this pipe. And all of the munchers on this layer are at the same vertical height, so we can't actually do anything too useful there, but yeah, the on-off toggle is going to destroy one POW, but it will allow me to do the sort of center drop thing here. It's possible to load an object here without activating it further with an additional icicle. That was one thing we have not really been trying out much of earlier. So let's say we reset this. We're currently holding the POW that comes out of this guy. Resetting through the door with the other POW also works as a method of having both of them spawn. So for instance, we drop this, we get this guy, we come up here, and we reset, you have 2 POWs. Problem is we need basically 1 POW destruction with both of the munchers, all of the munchers rather, being taken out of the picture, and then we need a second object to stand on after that. So right now I don't see how that's happening. Because that would seem to... Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. That would seem to imply... Yeah, we need something to stand on here. We need... Therefore, to... have the icicle hits. Maybe when I'm already kind of mid-jump up? No. Because we need something to stand on. That might be interesting though, because... Yeah, because we need to figure out what the respawns will be. And once again, we still haven't figured out what to do with the POW destruction here on the right side. Yet again, there are many possibilities for how to preserve 2 POWs, just not 3. So let's say we move up here. I believe we're holding the bottom POW. Where are we? Yeah, let's say we destroy that. And the bottom one is already down below. We can then activate on this side. Yeah, I don't like where this is going. Let's take another look. I also wonder if we should engage with the parts of the level that are even further down and even earlier. So for example, if we come back down here with one of the POWs from up top, would the idea then be that we take something completely different from down below? Notice here that if you take an object through, we'll be able to get up through the bonus rooms. We actually do know how to do that. And yeah, we'll activate this in advance. Receive this little gift here. And then, whoops, no. That's not right. No, let's reset. It's been a while since we've seen this part of the level, so. Nope, hang on. Activate, go around, round, So yeah, we have 1 POW from here, 1 POW from above, and I don't know if we have any other POWs that have been unaccounted for at this stage. But the idea here, whoops, was a mistake. The idea here would be to turn this on again. So we'll tap this. Oh yeah, no, I needed to load the POW to block the piece. That's right. Like I said, it's been a while since we've done this part. And that's okay, we were kind of starting from checkpoint anyway. We should wrap around and try it again. Yeah, a little bit of sloppiness here and there, but we'll try to manage it. Not deal with the first half. The first half, though, I mean, this POW is the only one that I'm manipulating there, so I guess there's no benefit to the first section. So yeah, back here we go. So there's going to be a particular order, and the thing that I haven't thought about yet is how the on-off switches figure into it. There is one timing I think I would like to check. Let's get both of these up first, though. Yeah, because so far I've been assuming that this POW needs to remain alive once the blaster has dropped. I'm beginning to question that assumption. And because let's say we fire this POW. The problem is that we can't get it back. So how do we kind of create that phantom third POW here? Like, it has to be firing this and then rescuing something else from down below. But why would we have something on the lower level? We fire it and then we have this available down below, and then we can trade it. Yeah. You fire it, and then, anyway, all the munchers die. You have POW available. You come up. Why would that be 2 POWs, though? Whoops. That was a mistake. But I was wondering about the idea of like hitting that and being able to scoop something up here quickly. But fundamentally there needs to be a POW activation at this point, right? Like, so either we have an additional thing to stand on that will allow me to go up, or the activation of whatever blows this up has to happen when I'm in midair, basically. Like, you would load something here, you would jump up while whatever platform is here is getting destroyed. I feel like I'm missing something very, very obvious. Because we have a whole bunch of different maneuvers that I just have not stitched together. So, for example, let's try this again. Ah, yes, okay, so no, you can't grab this a second time after spending it here. You need to spend the other one here. So, like, part of it is just figuring out what the POW assignments are going to be in terms of who is standing where. For instance, let's say we get POW. Come up here. And then this one's kind of going poof. This doesn't affect that at all. Let's see if there's anything we can use in the other rooms, because we've been kind of experiencing a bit of tunnel vision with that room that is probably not justified. This is interesting. Doesn't get me anything though. At least, not yet. And yeah, if we brought a POW back over here, then we have the whole bonus section. So this is the thing that we didn't check earlier. Because it's possible that if we go to this section and it does give me something like an additional POW to work with, then we're in great shape. But we didn't even bother to check it earlier, I think, because we just got sidetracked. Oh yes, no, I know why we didn't check it earlier. It's because I wrapped around this and reset the whole puzzle from scratch. And yeah, it didn't account for a couple of things. Now I understand. Not the puzzle, but why things shook out the way they did. Okay. So let's leave the POW over there for the moment. We will... Oh yeah, we need to block it. We can do this. And that gives me the correct on-off states. And then we're back here. But if I grab a second POW, then I will take it back to the entrance with me. Yeah, we've been kind of having a bit of tunnel vision with only using this room instead of thinking about the puzzle as a total structure. So let's say we come back here, for instance, and then we go over to the right side. And let's say we come up here, see if it's just coins or if we have a chance at anything else. It is just coins. So never mind. Okay, just a bonus segment then. Nothing special. We are going to spawn in here holding second POW though, which might have some interesting implications. No, it really just kind of gets me back to the position I was already in earlier, I believe. Like, we'll have two POWs over here, but that will likely not make too much of a material difference. So the POW that I took from upstairs, I think I keep it over down here. Whoops. Hang on. It's not right. Yeah, we need to drop this. We'll toggle the on-off switch. Time's going to be up anyway, so let's think about it. Okay, so the bonus room was nothing, and there's nothing else really to look at here. This mole here, I guess it's just reception. No, hang on. Let's redo this bit. Nope. Nope. Too late. Let's try it again. Gotta keep a lot of steps straight after a certain amount of time. Toggle that. Toggle the on-off switch and then use this as the blocking piece. And yeah, that'll buy me time to get onto the right side of this blaster. And that's how we should think about some of those interactions, just buying time. Okay, just need to mentally track which POW is which. Now we're back to the same problem as before. How do we activate one POW, eliminate all munchers, but then afterwards get two objects to the left? That's reducible to the problem, how do we get the bottom one to the left, yet have this still remain recoverable? Because let's say we just fire the lower one, eliminate everything here on screen. I think I may have a solution. Except we can't really recover that. Okay, no. And the muncher there is already dead, in fact, so this is fine. Let's say we nuke this. We get up here. The other one's already been lowered. And Lantis, welcome. Actually, Lantis, I welcomed you much earlier. I guess we're just acknowledging that you're still here while I figure this thing out. So yeah, we can eliminate the first one down there, but I still don't have something to jump on top of. Why don't I activate this icicle and use that as a jumping platform? That seems awfully risky. Because the icicle has to be activated from the top. So I think I'm not really able to cheese it. Yeah, because the issue now is that we just need one more object to do its job. Yeah, this guy's stun spawning. We just haven't figured out how to interact with the whole on-off thing yet, because I've had this idea for a while, like dropping something through the center and being able to catch it, but we have no application for it. Like, no way to trigger it in a manner that makes sense. Like, is there a way to trigger one POW and get the top one back? I don't think there is. And okay, we're still missing something then. It's possible I'm just very tired and not playing optimally, but at any point we can loop back in, but then we have to deal with, whoops, all of the munchers respawning. Why don't you just kind of jump on the way up? No, because you would still need one object to hold. This will almost certainly be a timer reset. Oops. Yeah, I currently just don't see it. I know that this is a level where camera positioning matters quite a bit. Let's just take the death. And we have seen that so far in terms of unstacking the munchers, but we haven't seen that in terms of keeping one extra POW alive, which... yeah, because you can jump on this. You can, while we're in the on state, open up one gate. I actually like that idea. Whoops, nope. That was an unexpected fall. That was not what I wanted. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Let's do reset it. Reset it with some damage. No, we just made too many mistakes here. Let's throw this one. Okay, let's try again. Okay, POW here. We know how to spend this POW immediately to unlock something additional. I don't know if that's going to be a good idea, or if we actually preferred this blaster to remain in position. You know, in case despawn range is affected by this tiny little pocket here. So if we take out the munchers, the blaster falls, we lose access to this. We need to sacrifice a POW if we want to hit the on-off switch for anything. And we sacrifice this POW, we can't actually get it back until the on-off activation, which happens here. So let's go back to what we did to have two POWs available up top. Fairly simple to set up, many ways to do it. This is the only progress that we've actually made so far, just knowing how to get both POWs available. Now, if both POWs are available, then we need to not fire this one with everybody in range because you won't be able to get a second. Do you need a second? Yes, I do. Because if you fire this, yeah, then you just don't get any additional pieces. To to work with. Let's see, because let's say we do this. This we've already kind of tried. This is going to give me new power. That's fine. We don't want it yet. At this point, I can afford to fire one, but then I lose it. I can afford to do this drop here. I mean, the thing of considering with the icicle is that the solution might involve some kind of delayed fire on top of the on-off switches. But it's more the whole sequence of what we do with the munchers that I have not mapped out yet. Yeah, because you take everything out, you lose access to additional POWs. And once again, to reduce the problem, it seems like the central issue is how do you get an additional theater kid up here once the first one has been expended. I don't know why I was thinking of it as theater specifically, but all of SMB3 is a stage. So yeah, you can do this. You can also eradicate one POW and reclaim it. So here's how we're going to do it. We're just going to try to stitch together many of the ideas I had earlier. So for example, you got that POW. We're not going to activate that on-off switch yet. If this icicle smacks the POW up here, then what happens? Let's see. I actually wonder if you can do a double stack with the POWs. And the icicle hit one which would not do anything for me, really. It would remove the POWs. Yeah, but here's the issue. Like, we still need to think about having technically 3 POWs, which involves 1 respawn. The 3 POWs are this. You need 1 to stand on the bottom left, 1 to stand on the middle left, and 1 to take out the munchers. And so it's going to be 2 POWs plus 1 of them respawning, and I don't know which one. If it's the lower one that needs to respawn, then we need a method to get the lower POW up here without losing access to the middle POW. If it is the upper POW that is being spent, the munchers all die. You have 1 POW that's kind of available here in this spot, and you still don't have enough platforms to jump on. So for example, let's do a quick timing check. Let's say we do this, then we can jump across like that. That's the maneuver I've been thinking about all this time. You have plenty of time, in fact, to activate the icicle, come down here, grab this, get across. Plenty of time to do it. The issue is still, how do we recover it after activating one? Like, how do you get this guy upstairs? And that is still missing after all this time. Like, there's 1 step that just will not go. So considering the icicle hit, Now, if you have an icicle hit at a certain range, can the icicle hit activate the POW in such a way that it will knock out the left, but not the right? That's one thing we should think about, is there a way to do that such that they can be at the same vertical column but are not affected in the same way? Yeah, we have a couple of different respawning methods. It's going to be hitting the POW, losing a POW to this over here, just what the on-off switch is. I mean, the first part of the level taught me to kind of disable a blaster depending on how I was approaching it from camera view. In terms of the different angles that are possible on that. Let's think about this. Really does seem like the kind of level where I could sort of take a breather from it and think about it in a kind of more distanced perspective. Notice this slope too. That these slope interactions like this are sometimes helpful. Is there anything that I can pull from down here? Really don't think so. Yeah, this we figured out a while ago. This... yeah, we figured that out. Let's take the death again, in fact. If I can. It's a bit of a long ways up. Drop that, let's hit this. Did I just notice for the first time that the opening segment looks kind of like a duck? Like the whole... with the icicle being its head or something. This is getting a little bit nonsensical. Let's see. POW up here. POW up here. Which we don't necessarily need to spawn. Here's one thing to consider. What if I use one POW to basically act as a spawn block? Like you block this with one piece. And then... but the thing is, if you can get a POW up to this level to begin with, like where the munchers are standing, then that's already a win condition, right? So there's no particular reason to expect that I can just, for instance, drop a POW in that location and block something from happening. But the idea I had was basically that if you, for example, open up this gate, then, whoops, that's not what I wanted. If you open up that gate, that is definitely not what I wanted. Let's just take the death from the icicle. Yeah, if you open it up, what happens is that I'm able to go downstairs far enough to despawn objects. And if you do that, then possibly when you come up, these munchers and blasters are restored back in position. However, what we'd like to do is block these munchers on this side. So let's say we retain one set in suspension here. I'm trying to think about whether there's a way to kind of come back here and stop these munchers from spawning. Notice this guy here, who is offset in the middle. I feel like there's something fishy about that. Or maybe not, maybe that was just a track drop of some sort. Like a track platform drop. Or does that even work? I don't know. One additional thing is whether this on-off interaction here could have been avoided. Like, what is it trying to prevent in the first place? I don't know. So yeah, I can make a 5-block jump by myself. I can then get into the middle segment. A hit is going to lower this blaster. Yeah, that's not coming together. Like, you hit this, and once you stand on the left, it gets you another one. But then activating the on-off switch again resets the whole position, and that's not seemingly helpful. But I wonder if... Let's see. Couldn't possibly be this tricky. We're missing something really clear. Like, if you take this POW and you stand on the other one, you head back out and you come back in. Maybe there's some other element with miss. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, this guy here is a problem. Whoops. So, for example, let's... Oh no, we have no more to work with there. Okay, so here's one thing that can happen. Let's say you're off screen. No, you don't have up throws in this style, unfortunately, because I was thinking, well, why don't you just up throw while munchers are off screen? You can't do that in SMP3. But I was hoping that I could knock these out while the other one is still standing. Like, if you stand here, for instance, and if you find a way to destroy them from this position. Bone Tone, if you do not know the solution yourself, I don't mind taking a small hit, just nothing like a big spoiler. I usually say no to it, but I've been kind of staring at this room for some time now, and unsure where the sort of third POW is going to come from. Because, so the question is, do we use this POW twice, or do we use the other one twice? If we use this one twice, how do we get it back? because smacking this basically prevents you from getting a second one. So let's say we stand on 1 POW, and then we do something like this. Could use the top POW to get the bottom POW up to the top section. Well, we already know how to do that. We know how to get 2 POWs active on top. We have multiple ways to do it, in fact. The problem is that we need 3 POWs, because you need a POW for the bottom left jump, you need a POW for the middle left jump, and you need 1 POW to take care of the munchers. Now here's an idea that I just came up with. What if you did some kind of soft drop to dislodge munchers? Like if you stand here and do some kind of push. It doesn't seem to work. I just have no room to do it. And it also doesn't interact with the whole on-off thing. Like, the idea that I had was to intercept something from that location. I've lost track of which POW is which. We know how to... Yeah, because if we're in the off state... Hang on, that's a mistake. Let's not do that. Yeah, we're low enough on time that I should just buy time with reset, as before. We have been on this room a while now. We usually get these eventually. But... it takes some work. So we know about doing the icicle drop on this POW. That's something that has potential. So for example... you did this... then the POW is completely out of range, and you can get a respawn that way. In order to kind of demonstrate that, notice that the POW that has been hit off screen will take out certain things within a particular radius. Ah, okay. I think I've got it. I've got it. This is interesting. This is really, really interesting. We want the bottom POW to be accessible. We need 1 POW located here. Bottom POW will respawn if we destroy it over here. Okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. Now, if I can remember what it is I'm trying to do. Yeah, no, it's a camera thing. If a POW is hit off screen, it will not destroy the munchers on screen, but it will destroy the munchers within a certain box. The way that this off-screen activation took out this muncher over here. So the idea we had all along was correct. We need a POW on top of these blocks here in the off state. Then we need to drop off screen with the icicle activated, which is... oh, I don't know if I can do that actually. Because if we activate the icicle, it hits a POW off screen. And yeah, the POW will then take out something within a certain radius. It'll take out the stuff on the left. I believe that's how it should work. So let's make sure we have the correct POWs. Let's restart this so I can just keep track of which POW I'm using. I think we finally have it. I stared at this forever and ever, and the clue was there all along. The clue was the fact that this POW activated off screen would take out this muncher. So we had enough information to do this. It's just a tricky thing to understand. So we want the bottom POW to be the one that is recycled. And we need this POW to be the one that is stuffed on top of the icicle. Yeah, I think I get it. So, let's replace this. We will grab this. We'll drop this one. We're going to get this POW out of here first so the on-off state does not get reset. We'll just drop it over here. This is the other step that I didn't do earlier, was preparing this POW out of the way so we don't need to cross under this icicle. Like, we were missing that step. We turn it off. We then drop this. We have one adjustment that I need to make, which is I still need to retrieve the bottom POW after this. That's okay, we know how to do it. We know how to do it. You see? Look at that. That's exactly how you do it. You take out the left side, you open up the right side. Now, we redo the interaction that we had much earlier to get both POWs available upstairs without activating the door. So you hit the other POW, it respawns here. There we go, we're done. That took me way too long, but we got it. It was satisfying. It's a great solution, actually, because the POW range bit is such a rarely used mechanic, except in a lot of background interactions. So, yeah, I don't know if the commentary for that was totally coherent, given that I was, I think, really beginning to feel a little bit of fatigue with that level, just from not progressing for a long time, but in the end, I hope I explained that adequately. Oh, additional key. That's interesting. Oh, we're missing an additional key. Because maybe there's a bonus segment here. Anyway, the ending is going to be over here. We're not going to take it yet because I do want to see whether we can obtain that last key. And yeah, so this was a level by Xenomalous. It's a very interesting solution for something that's just a small trick. Yeah, I guess if we do this whole platforming segment, we might be able to find the bonus. Also, we didn't go down this pipe. That might be relevant. It just gives me all this. Okay. So maybe we missed our chance at the first key from not having done this in a single segment, which is perhaps why Mang got a record time on this. Because maybe the key was in the first segment and I just forgot about it. In that case, we'll probably grab the clear and then we'll probably map our way through the solution once again, just to see if we missed a key from preserving it past checkpoint, for instance, which might be the case. Let's take a quick look. We're not really going to grind at it exhaustively since we've spent so much time on this one already. We spent about an hour on it, I think. Yeah. over an hour from checkpoint, but it was the bit past checkpoint that was actually the bit that was going to be time consuming. Thank you for the GG, Natcat. Natcat, I don't know if you solved this one yet. I know you have been playing a few of these. Yeah, this one was a pretty good solution. Pretty satisfying. Yeah, of course, all the other puzzle streamers who had been judging the project had finished this one already. Let's take a look at this again to see if we can do something about that key. Like I said, not really going to push it hard, but we'll. Right, you said you played one by Weetini, okay. I have not played that one yet. Oh, you know what? Possibly it was something to do with this early segment here. Let's just keep an eye out for the key. Because it felt like I had done practically all the bonus rooms that could be done, unless the mole is holding the key. If the mole is holding the key, that would be one possibility, because we never came back here with a pow to kill it. And we know how to potentially do that, so... Yeah, we have the solution now. It's actually a very short level once you know how it works. Okay, let's do this. Come down here. And in fact, it's not even the off-screen thing, is it? Like, if you look at it, the icicle hit... Oh, it is the off-screen thing. Yeah, the icicle hit on the POW didn't activate this muncher. So it's all about the icicle hit on a POW having its own property, I think. Yeah, so no, I thought it was like a screen spacing thing, but maybe it is an icicle-related thing instead. Because let's see if we go through here. Oh, yeah, no, I needed to get the second POW for the mole. That's what we wanted to do. That was the likeliest solution. From what I can see. Whoops, wrong thing. Let's not do that. Electrodude, welcome. Electrodude, we just spent way too long on this one. I did solve it. I'm just looping back through it quickly to see if we can find the bonus room. So. Yeah, like I said, though, this was a really satisfying solution. Really needed to think about how certain things worked, and yes, my guess was correct. The mole holds the key. That does mean that we have to finish everything without resetting past checkpoint, which means I do need to one-shot the Magic Koopa boss later. That's actually the main risk factor, I think. And then let's go down here. Okay. Yeah, so this remains in place. And yeah, this gate here, in fact, already tells you that the icicle contact with the POW didn't kill this muncher. It's just that I wasn't paying attention to this at all the first time. At this point, before you hit checkpoint, you already have all the information you need to succeed in this level. It's just that it's such an easy thing to not think about. And I just never thought about how that muncher didn't die the way that I kind of expected it to, so... It's just not something we paid attention to because there was enough else going on. Ah yes, we want to trade this. And we'll trade this to grab both. I am still holding the bottom POW right now. We're going to place this in advance. And place this in advance so we're not going to run under the icicle. That's gonna get taken out, and then we run up here. Now we drop this guy. And then we make the magic happen. Okay, same deal as before. We trade these. And then we come up here to respawn it. Good. All done, as long as I don't miss the jumps. Well, let's hope that we didn't jinx ourselves too badly here. Okay, let's not take a key death by dying to the Magikoopa. This is a severe risk. A very severe risk, in fact. Oh, he's just not going to cooperate here. Whoops. Come on. Get in position. Nope. We'll play cautiously here just to... Wow, I am really getting completely zoned out. Come on. Okay, up. There we go, that's one hit. We need a second hit now. Because I don't want to just apply this key to the door, because the whole point is to get the bonus with the second key. We can, of course, skip the Magikoopa in here if we want. So I wonder if time-wise it's actually more efficient then to get the mole kill early on if you're going for speed record. Not that it's optimized at all. So yeah, let's see what's in this room. And it's going to be Mole Fest. This is surprisingly tense. I don't know if we could have exited that, actually, or if that was just a dead end. That was a lot of fun. So, Meg, you've got a record on this. You've probably seen that room already. Can you confirm whether that is actually beatable? Like, if there is anything on the other end of that? Because it seemed like there's no other exit onto the main screen anyway, right? So, I think that's probably just a trap room to give you a bonus secret. Although, given the time here, let me just check something. Okay. This will, of course, not be optimal. It is just a funny room? Yeah, it seemed like that. Okay, let's do this. I am, once again, not a speedrunner. I do not expect this will stand. I want to see how we are doing for time. Okay. Now, what was it here? Yeah, trade. And then you need to pull this out of the way. Just gonna do this while it's still fresh in memory. Ding dong. Okay. Come on. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about killing the mole early on. That's okay, I didn't want to cycle through it. So I guess we'll have to kill the Magic Koopa instead. And I'd have to do it faster. So I was originally thinking the whole point here would be to try to get the mole so you can just skip the Magic Koopa completely. Well. We'll just try to kill him efficiently. Get in here. And in here. And then that's got to be a record of some sort, right? That was a reasonable time. Okay, there we go. Might as well grab it. It was available. It's not going to hold. It's not tight at all. But we spent so much time on this, we might as well demonstrate it. We probably have time for one more. That's what I said yesterday, thinking that it would be quick, and then we ended up spending like 3 hours on Taramis and didn't even finish it. We got 6 out of 7 rooms into that. I'm actually considering maybe going back to that one so we can see the final room while it's still fresh, because with Kirby out soon, I might not be able to go back to Tower Escape for a few days. So yeah, we can load up a new puzzle, or we can go back to Taramis first. I think we will do that, in fact, since we've solved a few. And so anybody who was here yesterday and saw me struggle with that level, hopefully this won't bore you too much. But we are going to return to it and hopefully speed through the first 5 rooms or so. And yeah, Electrodude, I know that Kirby is out digitally already. I am getting it physically, so I'm not going to start streaming it until tomorrow. Natcat requests Toadette. Toadette I will bring in once I actually start this level. We'll almost certainly be taking a death. So yeah, this level consists of 7 consecutive one-screen puzzles, which meant we were losing entire timeouts to execution mistakes a lot. We were doing it over and over. And I spent like 2 to 3 hours on this yesterday. Part of it was because I didn't understand one little thing about the momentum mechanics in SMPU. And yeah, Electrodude, if you are starting Kirby ahead of me, that means you can actually come and watch. Probably. So yeah, we will be, assuming I get my copy on time, we will be doing Kirby tomorrow. Depending on how much fun I'm having, we might be doing Kirby instead of viewer levels the day after, but we'll see how that goes. Wasn't there something I needed to do to get the slide to work? I didn't think I had to think about that one very hard. Hang on. We were just giving Toadette a chance, so never mind that attempt. I love this opening sequence, by the way. This reminded me of certain Zelda dungeons, as well as certain Bowser's castles, but it's one of those things where, okay, we're building into vertical subworld, so what do we do with all these entities we have in the main world? Might as well just make a cutscene. Yeah, let's do a backslide or something. Or how did I even do this? No, ground pound here. Ground pound. This slide. There we go. Ground pound gives you a little extra momentum. As you can see, momentum mechanics in SMPU are not my specialty. So one of the central mechanics in this level is taking damage on a Spiny to turn it around. So the first puzzle teaches that right away. It's pretty obscure, but once you know it, you know it. So what's going to happen is this. We're going to wait for a second mushroom. Then we take a damage boost. Then we grab a mushroom. Then we grab a flower. I don't really remember much of this. I'm just reconstructing it. But it is coming back to me slowly. ground pound this. And then there is going to be an item check to remove the fire flower, because you are going to get the mushroom right away. The fire flower being removed means you can't do much with a spiny right off the bat. Off switch. Do we need that yet? No, the on-off switch here is here solely for the sake of bumping the bottom left spiny, so we eventually get a chance to reverse its direction. So let's go back here. So there's currently a 7-minute record on this, and I think we saw that the clear check time was a little under 6 minutes. It is a lengthy level with lots of potential for execution mishaps. Let's get out of the way before we get bombarded. Taking out the on-off switch again allows me to grab the mushroom, which is going to let me head over to spikes. That's just sort of an additional interaction. It's not something that really increases the complexity of this. No, because Green Heroes is pronounced Auschwitz, not off switch. The final solution would have been much less deadly if there were, in fact, an off switch. And, okay, let's... see what we can do here. Oh, yes, this is the room that I was staring at forever. I was here for longer than I care to admit. This is just a reset pipe. We don't care about that. We're going to head up over here. Whoops. Go back up to Yoshi. You see, Electrodude, now I have... If we're going to be like a very politically insensitive about Mario Maker anyway, now I have an additional reason to tell people not to over-indicate things with the Z markers everywhere for spin jumps, because it looks like they're supporting the Russian army. Okay, let's bump this guy. I mean, no wonder your convoy lines are being destroyed everywhere, right? They keep trying to spin jump. We're going to grab this shell. We're going to drop this. And, oh yes, we needed to spit from up here. I kept doing this like the fancy way yesterday, where I was dropping down onto the lower spiny and spitting in midair, but we can actually just do a standard spit, and everything will do fine. And then we dismount, grab the mushroom, and bust our way through. Oh, I forgot to grab the checkpoint. That's okay, we'll just have to make it through. Yeah, so not only is it a reset pipe down there, it's also a checkpoint pipe, which is very important because this room went even worse for me yesterday because I didn't understand something really fundamental to executing it, and I kept bumping my head here in this spot as we just demonstrated, and dying repeatedly. It was very embarrassing. But the idea is that you wall slide, and the wall jump is necessary to build sufficient momentum to drop afterwards. Otherwise, the sliding state doesn't persist long enough for you to fall to the lower level. And as you can see, we're losing the sliding state already because of that ground pound. Kind of need to land smoothly and then manage to pull to the left. I don't know if Terramis tested this room only with stick or also with D-pad, but it seems like we need to aim pretty carefully and preserve the slide very carefully. Nope. No ground pound. Nope. And as you can see, because I kind of changed my direction there, I lost a slide. No. Like I said, this took me ages and ages. Nope. I remember I was trying to use the P-switch as a blocking piece. I totally am going to time out without having hit a checkpoint. It's going to be terrible. This is why I spent hours on this level last night. It is in fact exactly why. Can I just nudge this guy? No. Anyway, let's do this. Yeah, using it as a blocking piece doesn't actually work. Because all you do is hit the P-switch. And... oh, you know what? No. I was originally thinking that we could just activate the P-switch and do the slide on the top part of the conveyor belt and drop down gently, but I don't think that actually works either. No, just slide down. We have 35 seconds to do this and complete the rest of this room. Oh, hey, we got it. Wonderful. Okay. And then... oh, yeah, no. We need to... that's not how to do it. Hang on. It wasn't with the P-switch. What was it? Yeah, no. I messed this up. This is not something you do with the P-switch. It is something you do with the... yeah, I didn't have time to look at that. And we'll have to just redo the whole thing. Okay, this time we'll remember to grab the checkpoint before the Yoshi room. No, of course it's not the P-switch, because at the bottom of the muncher works as an activation point, hence all of the infinite P-switch mechanisms that rely on that interaction of P-switches constantly spawning into munchers. I just wasn't looking at that carefully. And yeah, Green Heroes, I was just saying when I started this level that the kind of rising dungeon or rising tower thing at the start was magnificent. That's what happens when you try to flex how much budget you have left over in the main world, because it's not part of the contest to use it. In fact, a lot of these levels flex in their main world quite a bit. Like the last one had all of the blasters on clouds just giving you an extra bonus platforming section at the end for no real reason. Because, you know, since this entire contest is kind of centered around vertical zones, the makers just gave themselves lots of license to make the entrances and exits as fancy as possible. The tower building itself out of nothingness, yeah, that's what towers do. But yeah, there are so many Zelda dungeons that work like that. Like there's Tower of the Gods in Wind Waker, there's the towers in The Link to the Past as well, I think. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Always things that are, you know, rising out of various locations. A couple of the shrines in Breath of the Wild do that too, I suppose. Well, as well as the towers themselves, like the reconnaissance towers. And Green Heroes, you flex sometimes with your pixel art. Yeah, you know, whoa, let's not do that. Let's remember to actually hold the slide. No, I did that correctly. I don't know why I hesitated on that slide. Too distracted by conversation, perhaps, but... no, I was about to say that it's often remarkable that you have sprites left after music. Considering just how many loops you squeeze out of that stuff. Okay. Let's not make this level as much of a disaster as yesterday. But I will say that I lost several timeouts to room number 6 out of 7. And that's why we kind of had to call it with this level unfinished. Because there was a particular collision or bounce that I just couldn't set up. And it seemed like it was just execution problems all around, like that the actual logic of the solutions was not too difficult. But I was dying all over the place to inaccuracy. And, you know, single one-screen puzzles by themselves already kind of exhaust a lot of time when it comes to having to reset from inaccuracies, right? So when you're doing 7 in a row with often at least 2 of them bunched together per checkpoint, that winds up being a lot of resets. But we'll try to put in a better effort today, as I was saying. And we'll drop this guy, reverse him. That is still a weird solution. But we'll take it. Let's not die to the shell. Or the bomb. And let's release the mushroom. It does allow you to use some specific colors, Green Heroes, you're saying, such as Blast and Mechagoof's pink. Interesting. Yeah, this is kind of a rainbow-themed level as well, by the way, if you'll notice that there are 7 segments and they go through different colors of the rainbow as you work your way through the NSMBU Sky theme, which is well known for its decorative semi-solid overlaps. That seems to be the main thing that this theme brings to the table, in fact. Okay, so this is just a reset room plus checkpoint. Okay, so as before, we get straight out here, grab Yoshi, go down, knock this guy out, let him walk, and we'll jump on him afterwards. Took me a long time to see this whoops flutter as the solution. I was trying a couple of unconventional things. I actually did initially solve this room an unintended way. But that's because I've been solving multiple puzzles in unintended ways, because that's just what we do around here, apparently. But in multiple cases, including with this puzzle yesterday, we had the makers present to tell me that I was doing it wrong. Or, well, not wrong, but, you know, doing it from a certain point of view. Okay. Yeah, this jump here is pretty tricky to set up. No. Still can't really do it consistently. But that's because I tend to overcorrect in midair anyway, just throughout the normal course of playing Mario Maker. Super Mario in general. Like, because I keep trying to correct to the left, but when I do, I'm losing the slide. It does need to be some kind of down diagonal, I think, too. Adjust work properly. It is a bit weird. Yeah, as you can see, it is popping me out of the slide of my D-pad control. It's not very accurate. Whoops. No, I've tried it with the P-switch and it actually doesn't help. Because the slide needs to take you up. If you try to do it with the P-switch activated, then you just slide to the left, right? Because it works the way a normal slope would. Because when you make contact with the slide, you are going forward. So yeah, we've learned a lot about this through tons of trial and error. I can show you, in fact. We might as well show you. Like, you just won't be able to get the slide, even if you're facing forward. Oh, actually, no, yes you will. That's much easier. That's much easier. Yeah, no, Meng, you are absolutely right. I did do it with the P activated. Never mind. Just don't trust the commentary today. Okay, so what do we do with this previously? We actually, I think... Did we bump the mushroom, or did we do something else? Anyway, it's not with the P-switch going up to the muncher. It is with something else. We have 150 seconds this time to figure it out. Yeah, I'm glad some of you are paying attention here, because I clearly wasn't. It seemed like such a fluke every time I got that done anyway, so... So we have the P over here. We will not be using the P to... Oh, no. We need the P to bump the twister. That's what it is. We toss the P under the twister, and the twister just moves up. No. Yeah, no. We raise the twister. That's the idea. P-switch itself doesn't go up, but the twister can be moved up a spot if the P-switch slides under it. If the P-switch slides under it, it makes it up to the cloud. There we go. And then there's an item check with the vines, so no point in trying to take the P with us. Yeah, so the solution to the second slide there was to hit the P-switch, but then face right for the slide. And the momentum does work out in the end. Okay, this room is what, room 5? Yeah, this room I remember was actually kind of easy. We will lower this. We will then hit one of these guys. We'll trap it. We'll raise it. And then... No, trap it. And then we'll totally miss. Because one screens are claustrophobic and execution mistakes happen everywhere. Usually with all this new soup stuff, I'm not giving myself enough room to do a ground pound, despite knowing how many tiles we need. So that's going to hop up to the upper level, it's going to drop on a bomb, and then we are going to be through this room. Wait, no, come on. Do it for me. And we're going to hit timeout, okay. That's fine. We made it this far. And we'll have to redo this room a lot if we keep timing out on the next one after this one, too. Oh, let's tap this. Okay, there we go. Now clearly, well, I mean, we can get up there and reposition, but I think this should be in range. If it's not in range, we'll just hit it again and see if it does its job. There we go. Okay, so this room is the one that gave me a ton of trouble because I knew what it was I wanted to do and I just couldn't get the positioning to be correct. But the sequence is like this. We need to open up the brick on the left side first of all. The way we do it is we're going to grab this trampoline and wrap around down here. We then drop this. And then we drop it like this without consuming it. Mushroom is going to fall over there, and that's important because it means we can go over there, hit this, and still regain the mushroom. And also transport this guy onto this side. Okay, now we slide over here like this, and then we're going to reverse the spiny over, and then we have to trap it. It's a pretty fussy room, to be honest. Like, execution mistakes galore everywhere in this thing. Okay, we'll let the spiny do its thing over there. We're going to come around and then grab a mushroom once again. So, here's what I want to do. I want to bump the spiny up so it's going to walk over to the on-off switch. And then I'm going to flip it using the on-off switch because it's the only way that I can actually flip it at any point and use it as a shell that I can carry into a different position. And then I want to carry it up to the top level, and... no, I don't, actually. I want to have it... Yeah, I want to carry it up to the top level because we're going to stand into top middle, right beside that one-way panel pointing right. And then I'm going to fire the spiny shell to the left. I think. Or... No, I mean, I'm not going to fire it there because it won't deflect properly, but I want to... yes I do, but we want to spring in a certain location for doing it. And yeah, Taramis, welcome back. We're still on this. I have not been on this all stream, don't worry. I was thinking that we'd do this late in the stream when you're likelier to come by. And Red Knight and Terminator, welcome as well. Yeah, we solved a few things today. Xenomalous had a particularly interesting solution that also took me too long. And we saw Bird Dog earlier as well. And Major, yeah, we did Bird Dog, Major, and Xenomalous today. And so we're back on this one. We've been going slowly, but that's what happens sometimes. I was honestly a little bit exhausted during the Xenomalous level. And maybe starting to speak nonsense. Anyway, we're losing time on this one because I'm still trying to set it up and I'm also talking at the same time. So let's try to bump it up the way that we did yesterday. The way we did it yesterday was not really very good. Because I managed to tear it, and then it walks back, but then what does it do? Yeah, because now we are in trouble because I think I need to take damage to reverse it in certain locations. Like, I am not taking advantage of the fact that it is reversible. And that is something that I should be doing. And because then that way you can get the spiny to walk right to left. Or you can maintain it on the top level using the on-off switch. Hang on. Let's not do it that way. Yeah, no, we want to use the on-off switch, actually. That's the thing that I had not been considering. Stop it! Stop it! No, we killed it. Okay. No, I wanted to trap it on that level with the on-off switch. And yeah, Red and I, Zeno's level was fantastic. It was a great solution. The clue for it was in front of my face the whole time. Bird Dogs was fantastic as well. Bird Dog did tune it to be easy by Bird Dog standards, but it was still, you know, with his very distinctive touch when it comes to making solutions rather minimalist and dependent on lots and lots of item reuse. Okay, let's reverse it. Let's totally bungle this as well. Okay, this is not going to be the attempt. So we're going to run out of time. Let's just take to death. Terminator, as far as I know, the judging for the contest is not final yet. There are some people who were the judges who are still actively playing the puzzles, just to answer your earlier question belatedly. And yeah, I don't know who won Stolen Tools. I think S Ninjar won Deserted Yoshi, which was the first contest in the Grikowski series. Stolen Tools I didn't actually really catch up on yet either. I played a few Stolen Tools puzzles individually because I follow the makers, but I haven't really gone through the contest or anything because there were about 50 entries. And okay, let's do this again. We'd better move it. It was a little too far off center. But yeah, the variety in this puzzle series has been really quite a treat. Just given that the rules for Tower Escape were just so much more flexible than with the one-screen contests. Like, there's only so much you can do with a one-screen, right? Because they all do feel like they're in the same genre. Okay, we want to grab the spring, we want to wrap around like this. And then we need to tap this. Drop. Tap, throw, whoops. Hang on. Accuracy here is not going to be my strong suit. Let the mushroom do its thing. Let's try to brace it in such a way that it still allows me to walk across. There we go. Okay, there we are. And we'll toggle this again so I can drop in. I want to buy as much time as possible with the Spiny, so I do want to bump it going left, not going right. Then we're going to shut this off. So we trap it. That's a problem because I don't now have access to the spring. I should have carried the spring with me. That was the mistake here. The Spiny does wrap around on the lower level, though, so whoops, let's go back. Yeah, no, I needed to take it with me. We're going to have to take damage again, too. Wrap around here a few times while we try to get back into an accurate position without slipping through the one-way panel repeatedly like I've been doing. Okay, now we go. Tap this. There we go. At long last. Now, we've trapped it there, but then I will probably need to do the on-off switch again too. Have it go over. Yeah, no, I want to restore the spring onto this side. Let's get ready here. Okay, have to be quick. No, not quick enough. Didn't wrap around the cloud. Let's redo it. Have this. Yeah, sure, we'll lower it without taking a mushroom at great personal risk. There we go. It's totally going to walk around the wrong side. No, that's fine. Let's reposition. Just to be sure. Did I see the Batman cutscene of the Joker visit in Arkham? Like, so Terminator, when you say cutscene, like cutscene is very much a video game term. Like, are you telling me like there was a removed or deleted scene in the Batman, like the recent film, The Batman? Because no, I have not seen that. I've not seen anything supplementary. Yeah, cutscene, one word, I actually can tell you precisely where it came from. It was coined by Ron Gilbert, who was the developer of The Secret of Monkey Island. Like, he was the first one to use the word cutscene to describe non-interactive video game story sequences back in the 1980s. We're going to grab spring, wrap around, come back here. Do we want on or off? I don't think it matters for this interaction. Director released on YouTube. Okay, I'll have to look that up afterwards, Terminator. Thanks for letting me know about that. What are we doing? Yes, we want to now grab the mushroom. But, come on. Grab the mushroom. Avoid nudging it. Okay. Now we nudge this guy, we'll avoid picking up. And yeah, Terminator, we'll definitely talk about it once I've had a chance to catch up. Okay. So we bumped the Spiny to the left. And then... So here's the issue that we've been having with the Spiny, is that it's been difficult for me to set it up with a throw that would allow me to kind of raise it to the right side. I think we've maybe been slightly overcomplicating it. Let's... No, because I've been bumping it out. Yeah, that's why I've been overcomplicating it, because I've been missing. Because the bumper is punishing. Yeah, this is... in some ways really claustrophobic. Like, I can't reliably jump up here into that one tile. But that's okay, we'll redo it until it works. And yeah, Terminator, it's I think in some ways people underestimate just how much gets cut from films. In terms of like finished scenes that just seem maybe narratively redundant, even if they are good scenes. Nope. We don't want to bump it towards the wall. I want to bump it over to the left side so I can get up there and reposition and then raise it. It may require me to take a hit. I will have to take a hit, in fact. Nope. And, oh, we tried that already before, I think, and it just doesn't work. Like, there's a particular kind of throw or setup that you need to do here, and it is not putting the P-switch on the P block, at least not yet. That will probably be necessary when we do a throw or deflection afterwards, but like basically I needed to find some way to deflect this guy. And how is this going to work? Oh, you know what? The Spiny can come down here. It can go through the blue, and then it can drop in the right side and get bumped up. Maybe. No, it looks like it's, if you do that, it's just going to hit the ceiling of the pipe here. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to work. Anyway, this room has not been friendly to me. Okay, no, we actually had something possible here. Whoa, let's get out. The first Star Wars was like Lucas intended it. Actually, the plans for... I used to look into a lot of this stuff, like with kind of early development Star Wars, where, you know, at one point it was 12 parts, at one point it was 9 parts. Like, a lot of things changed about it early on. And even if some of the names were kept, certainly a lot of the roles of the characters were not really initially defined. Anyway, you know what? The fact that I can get the spring to respawn... Yeah, I did it by hitting the on-off switch and destroying it. Maybe I do need to destroy the spring and get it to respawn from the pipe, somehow. But it's not going to do that when the Spiny is blocking it, right? Like, it's not like it's going to suddenly bump up, or is it? Because if you have it kind of tucked away in the top corner, and then you hit the on-off switch, and then you... I will not have time to do that. And regardless, that's not going to work, because like it's not enough to bump the Spiny to the top level. I need the Spiny to be usable as a shell. The only way to do it is to get it on top of this block. Taramis, the endeavor in this room has been quite interesting. Yeah, I have almost certainly missed something very obvious. And Melon Run, yes, Bowser has been there chilling, but he's been chilling for basically 6 consecutive rooms. And he's got all the time in the world. He doesn't need to worry about timeout. Did you know in the Christopher Reeve Superman, he was not originally supposed to go back in time? Well, that certainly puts a spin on things. No, Green Heroes, I believe he's probably talking about 1978 Superman. Of the original Superman 1-4 with Christopher Reeves. So yeah, if you haven't seen the first of the 4 Christopher Reeve Superman films, you would not know what he's talking about. I keep neglecting to make enough room for the ground pound. I think I need to be small. That's the issue here, is that I'm too tall to hit the ground pound accurately. Like, if I'm small, it's much easier to do. You see, we've expended 2 checkpoints already. Whoop. That's what happens when I take my hand off the controller for a second to check my sound. That was embarrassing. I thought I had enough time to sort of reach for something with my configuration, and then yeah, let's see. Okay, let's redo this. I needed to fix something while playing at the same time, and it was disastrous. Let's not do that. Yeah, I was caught by the autoscroll in one of the earlier sections yesterday, too. I can totally envision that happening to Street Rat, where he just thinks, okay, great, we've got a room transition, let's pull out the guitar, strum a couple of chords while we need to, you know, acknowledge a couple of channel point rewards or something. And yes, Ninjar, welcome in. I don't know if I will have time to get to yours today because Terminus has been monopolizing my tower escape experience. But I hope you've been doing well with the puzzle making and other technical research. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably missing some kind of major shortcut in this room. Maybe we're not supposed to send the Spiny up the slope to the left to begin with. Like, maybe that's the problem, is that the Spiny is going all the way up to the left, and it shouldn't. Like, if the whole point is to get it to the on-off switch, there's a way to make it perhaps take a much more direct route. Maybe, I don't know, because it does have to be elevated at some point so it can drop off onto a trampoline. Yeah, we need to really rethink this room, I think. Because right now I'm kind of doing things in a very convoluted way that is dependent on kind of moving the Spiny around the entire layout. Now let's stop consuming the mushroom. Okay. Maybe the P block is where you stand to drop the spring. But the Spiny is below me at that point. It's not going to be above me, right? But yeah, that's one of the things I've learned about this level is... I mean, I'm already somebody who doesn't really read indications as such, but that perhaps I definitely don't understand Terminus style indications. So what happens if the Spiny walks all the way to the right? It gets trapped in the bottom right and it dies. We've seen that in action before, and it's not going to be correct. However, if you beat it over here as a switch, you trap it in the middle, and then I may be able to get the Spiny to, with proper timing, drop off here. Is because, okay, notice the mushroom position here. We know from the mushroom position that this spring position is able to get an object up on top of the clouds and on top of the on-off switch. So we want the spring here. We want the Spiny to walk off the seesaw and walk on top of the trampoline in this location. So the question is, how do we get the Spiny to walk in that direction on a seesaw? I think we do need to have it do that whole loop on the slope first, instead of trying to bump it up with the spring on the right side. So yeah, I think the mushroom pathway here actually does give you a clue to what the Spiny pathway is supposed to be. So Terminus, no need for a hint yet, I want to try this first. Yeah, it's easy to have a bit of a tunnel vision for things I've already been doing repeatedly, where you just kind of get programmed in by habit. So yeah, let's move the Spiny up first, so I can get it in the loop of walking back and forth in that location. And then, yeah, I do need to bump it up after that. But then I can get it to drop. And if I get it to drop, then I want it to kind of drop off in an off state where, okay, I think I know how to do it. Okay, let's beat it over here. Let's trap it with the off state. Drop this. We're going to let it down, and then we're going to turn the switch back. No. Will it go back? No, it won't. Maybe it's a mistake to let it go up the ramp to begin with. Like, I need to just run across and let it drop on this side, but then I need to load it onto the seesaw some other way. If I load it onto the seesaw, it needs to get blocked, right? Or I can weigh down the seesaw with some other object, like a mushroom perhaps. No, mushroom will roll. I do need to stand here. I do need the off state. The Spiny does turn around when it falls down to gap. So here's the thing, Green Heroes, is that this entire level does revolve around a mechanic of directly hitting the Spiny to get it to change direction. If I need to reposition it, that's probably what I need to do. Is I need to, like, run towards it on a seesaw and force it back by taking a hit. That's likely what I need to do, and I do not have time to do it, so I will take the hit now so we can try it. Yeah, that's the step I'm missing. If my problem right now is that the Spiny is going up the slope towards the left side, I need to ram into it to reverse it. And the level has been teaching me that from the very beginning. It's just that sometimes intuitively you don't necessarily think about damage strategies like that. You see something else. Yeah, you can tell me afterwards. I want to try some things first, so. But I think I have an idea that is workable. Anyway, let's grab a mushroom first. Because my previous pathway was just missing that one step of preventing the Spiny from going up the seesaw when it comes down. However, in order to do that, I need to retain the mushroom at that point in time. I don't know if I'm doing that. Go. Ground pound's not my forte. Now, Melonrun, you were saying earlier, Superman should kill the other half of the Earth's population to save it from climate change. Oh, to save the Earth from climate change, not to save the other half of the Earth's population, which we have determined is already killing. Yeah, Superman seems to have challenging triage problems just from the moral responsibility that comes from actually being able to get stuff done. It's so much easier when you're powerless. Let's see here. I'm trying to think about this at the same time and not mess it up again. We'll grab this. We'll go back. I need to pay attention to when I still retain the mushroom then. And of course to the on-off state as well, which is a bit of a problem. Okay, here's how we're going to do it. Hit this. Drop the mushroom. Hit this. Raised a mushroom. Wrap around. Yeah. This spiny must be loaded onto the seesaw in order to be elevated at all, so there's no getting around this step. Like, you do need to weigh it down somehow. We'll overshoot. Once I toss the spiny using the seesaw, it is going to loop around. And that's okay. That's okay. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow it in the loop. I'm going to... Oh, well, let's see. This might be difficult to describe. Okay, here's the problem. Is that I have lost mushroom. Nope. Okay, I need to stay on the left side there. If I stay on the left side, then I can use the mushroom to take a hit. I just need to buy more time. No, it is not reversing. I thought the spiny would reverse when it hit me, but apparently it doesn't do that on a seesaw. Okay, so that idea doesn't work. I thought it was supposed to reverse. Well, scratch that idea. Green Heroes was saying earlier, the spiny does turn around when it falls down the gap with a switch block. Yeah, spiny don't care. No, it doesn't. Only reverses when it's hit from behind. Oh, okay, yeah, because we rammed into it from the front. I didn't know that as a rule, because I thought we were just... I mean, I guess we were consistently approaching it from behind, and I just wasn't paying attention to whether that was a consistent feature. So maybe we can just redo this because it does still work, and we shouldn't rule it out. It's just that the positioning is going to be a little bit challenging, so let's get through here. And then we'll stand here, and we'll chase the spiny up the seesaw. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. It's too high up at that point. Yeah, because the seesaw needs to relax a little bit so it falls onto that block. I think this idea still works, it's just that I'm weighing down the seesaw too much. I need to jump instead of pass over it. Anyway, we can actually follow the spiny this way. Then jump. Nope, and it's too far down. I need to weigh down the left side of the seesaw, perhaps, but then I don't have anything to do that with. You like the creativity of that approach, you're saying that like it's definitely not the intended solution. That's the kind of thing you would say if it's not the intended solution. But yeah, basically the seesaw gets weighed down too heavily by the time the spiny is on this side. Maybe it's okay to have this be in the on state, because then I can myself weigh down the seesaw once I pass the spiny. Like, I run into the spiny, it changes directions, I stand on the left to weigh down the seesaw. It then falls on the trampoline in this location. Okay, let's try it that way. This is getting pretty ridiculous, but we'll get it eventually. This will almost certainly be a timeout, but we'll deal with it as it comes. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. This is going to be tricky because it is a little time dependent, perhaps. I'm going to drop this here. I'm going to run into Spiny, reverse, and I hold down to Seesaw, and it's going to swing back and forth like that. Okay, come on. Let's... It's going to swing wildly on me. No. If I managed to pin down to Seesaw as the Spiny was going over, that should have worked. But it was still swaying. Let's not waste time on this attempt. Let's redo it. More and more I think there's no way I'm doing it the intended way, but that's okay. Don't tell me what it is. We break puzzles around here, that's just how it goes. Not even breaking them in a sense of making them unplayable or cheesed or anything, just really teasing out the unforeseen interactions. I mean, sometimes it's useful to be in some ways a very unintuitive player. It allows you to do things like skip entire troll levels just because you checked the right outlandish thing. Which also happens quite often every time I play trolls. Let's do this. Or 30 seconds going into this room. Not great, but, you know... As long as I have time to try stuff. Okay. Let's get up here. I don't think there's anything wrong with my assumption of my actual target here, which is to make the Spiny usable as a projectile. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop this. We're going to slide over here, stop it. This time let's have not quite so much of a backswing. Yeah, I spent too much time fumbling with the trampoline here. Ever consider having a Wine and Mario stream? You say that like I don't do that already. This is usually a Coffee and Mario stream, but there have been wine streams in the past. I'm not a big drinker or anything, it's just sometimes I play after I've had like a really fancy dinner. And we still have some wine kicking around. That's the thing that I will neither confirm nor deny since I'm not on camera to show that off out of the way. Okay. Bumper, don't do this. I think I actually need to ground pound it at this point. And oh, look at this. If you just ground pound it, you can just send it up directly. Why don't we do that in the first place? I mean, that's a bit of a difficult fit, and I think we should precautionarily place the spring here anyway in case it hits the pipe. If it hits the pipe, it'll come down to the spring. It will drop here anyway. If it doesn't hit the pipe, it goes up here. And then it lands anyway. I think it is going to work. But we need to reverse through this whole thing. And I found what you were seeing, yeah. Yeah, the level that this foreshadowed this, we had in the previous room done the ground pound on a seesaw, and so there was good reason to expect that I might think about it. Okay, let's try it again. Off switch. Anyway, speaking of which, ground pound in this location looks like it's definitely not going to reach high enough. No, it doesn't. You're already kind of at the maximum extent, so it won't be it. No. Let's raise it first. Nope. Let's loop around and try it again. Nope. Okay. This is getting a bit silly. There we go. Finally. I'm gonna drop this down to this location. No. Wrong way. Let's try it again. And of course, once again, I'm going to slip outside the one-way panel. Because that's just how things have been going. We still have to do room 7 after this, and like I was saying, we've already spent 2 checkpoints, so that is probably not good news. Considering that even once I get this solution, I don't know how easy it will be to reproduce execution-wise. And, oh, nope, hit it too early, and now we'll lose it. Let's take to death. We're not going to make it. Okay. Whack this guy, come back. There we go. Nope. The levels are easier if you don't straight up miss the blocks. Okay, I'm going to get up through here at about 450. And that's pretty good time, all things considered. Grab this. Bump. Bump. And the same idea as before, we'll in here, punch this. And then let's do that. Red room seems to be the bane of many people. You've seen The Shining, that should come as no surprise. Oops. Okay, let's, whoops. And exactly green heroes. That is quite correct. Now let's see. You got stuck on a room after this. Oh, that's not good news. That's really not good news. Considering how long we're taking just to execute this one, where, you know, even if I do find the correct solution, I feel like this is going to be a real pain to get through. Multiple times. Nope. Hang on. Once again, just need to redo this without losing the spiny, ideally. Alright, let's do this. Raise it up quickly. Drop this here. Let it come down, approach it from the left side, and hit the ground pound. No. There's no room to do a ground pound here, really. Well, there kind of is, but... Yeah, no, because if the seesaw is slightly displaced upwards... Like, I have to practice this a bit, because... Ground pound-wise, it's really quite claustrophobic. Where you see how even if I'm just a tiny bit up, I actually wind up on the top slot here. Where even if I'm intersecting with this, I feel like the ground pound strategy isn't going to work, actually. Because if it's an even surface, don't hit it. If it's an uneven surface, you can't actually land it. I absolutely don't really see it if it's not going to be a ground pound raising it. What was the strategy that we had prior to this? We were trying to get it to come down over here. Maybe I just need to reposition. Comes down. Maybe I just need to reposition and have it walk directly down to the trampoline, which I would think would bump it up here, and then it would just kind of fall down and walk off, right? Because even here, if you look at the positioning for the mushroom, like this is too close. And then this, when it comes off the off block, is perfect. So you need the off block if it's going to work anything like the mushroom pattern. Because, once again, we'll just show you. So this doesn't go, and this does go, because of the way that it's slipping off the block. So it's not just hitting the spring halfway, it is kind of slipping off completely. So, the question is, how then do we weigh down the seesaw on the left? Nope. Oh, okay, now I'm in big trouble. Look at that. That's definitely not supposed to happen, right? Well, I mean, that's what the pipe is for. Okay, we're gonna time out. Let's redo this. Okay. Now, since I'm tall, I will probably miss the ground pound repeatedly. There we go. I drop it a little ways over. Okay. Round n+1. And yes, indeed, Lantis, I am still on this. That has not changed recently. And I'm still on the same step, actually. Like, I have not meaningfully progressed since looking at this yesterday. We've explored a couple of additional possibilities, I guess, but we haven't really done anything new that succeeded. Okay. We need to think about what kind of assumptions I'm making here that may be wrong. First assumption is that I'm letting the Spiny go up the ramp, but it looks like that's designed to happen, right? Because if the Spiny doesn't go up the seesaw then it's just going to walk off to the right immediately. One thing that could happen, perhaps. Well, let's check the weight here. Yeah, this needs a little bit of balancing out. Okay. Spiny goes up the left side. It's going there because I'm stopping it using the on-off block. If I do not have anything on a seesaw, then it stops. Yeah, this is the thing I'm not thinking about. That it stops, then it goes over here, and then I might have the opportunity to get on the left side and let it go up ramp instead. Except that doesn't look like it's going to reach low enough for it to get on board. It looks like it's still going to be too high. Like, it looks like it's only going to board the ramp from the right side. And if it's only going to board the ramp from the right side, it's going to go up to the left. And if I have hit the on-off switch, I will be on the outside by that point. I'll be outside the one-way panel. I have to loop back in. So I think everything up to pushing it out so far is required. I think I do have to do it that way. And then I bump the Spiny. And then this is still the step that I'm missing, like just getting it past that point. Hang on. Now I'm wondering about that red block. Because the red block would be there specifically to kill the spring if it gets locked in that position, right? And then it would respawn from the red pipe. Why would that be helpful, though? Like, if you decided to constrain it like this... Well, you have to constrain it like that because otherwise you can't get back into the middle. But then, currently I don't really see the purpose of that red block except as a reset for any throws that get stuck there, which... Yeah, it's a reset for throws that get stuck there. I think that's its only purpose. Whoops. Okay. So you walk that. Here's something interesting. You can ground pound on this side. I can't ground pound on the left, but I can ground pound on the right. And if I'm going to do so, I can put the spring here and then ground pound it on the way up. Ta-da! And oh, we got it. We got it, finally. That's the thing I'm missing. That's the thing. Alright, that took too long. Thankfully, that is easier, perhaps, to reproduce than I feared. Okay, let's do it. Wrong switch state. Wrong switch state. Let's tap the switch twice next time. Got a little too excited there. I knew that was coming too. I was thinking about it earlier. I was telling myself internally, okay, I have to double tap. And when the moment came around, well, you saw what happened. Well, Terminus, I do have to give you credit. This level has been all kinds of comedy. Most of it unintentional. But it's practically Mario Maker slapstick of the kind that only happens in puzzles. Not even in Trolls. It's like the Mr. Bean of Mario Maker levels. Anyway. It only took me, I think, probably about 2 to 2.5 hours worth of play on this room to see that. But yeah, I'm glad you appreciate the banter. I mean, as far as that goes. That's what streaming this game is for. A little harder to have banter during puzzle levels than during, you know, grindy, pure technical platforming where you can just kind of tune out and let your fingers do the work. But, we try to make it happen. Like, totally apart from playing the content, streaming puzzles is actually, I think, a very different skill set from... Oh, is this a lock? No, it isn't, because I can still take damage. If I take damage, I can fish that out of there. Yeah, so totally apart from playing the levels, streaming puzzles is actually a very different skill set from streaming other kinds of levels. And yeah, too bad about the alternative strats not working out for this one. But yeah, all the things that might have come out if I played this early enough to be a playtester, right? Whoops. Anyway, let's try to actually recreate this properly. And then we have one room to go. And that will definitely be all this stream will cover. But hey, we stuck it through with this one so far. Whoops. But yeah, good to have some of these ideas in mind for your cheese-busting notebooks. Okay, no, let's... I didn't expect it to turn around there, but that was entirely from the seesaw nudging it against a wall. Okay, let's... You see, there is the sort of natural padding time that by now you're all quite familiar with every puzzle, where, you know, you will have to lose to execution mistakes for a little while. Well, if you play like I do. And that's totally apart from finding the solution in the first place, which already took a bit of work. So we have to lose to some pretty silly things, and then eventually we'll make it through. Okay, let's try to get the sequence down cleanly, especially because we'll eventually need to save time on it. Yeah, on-off state doesn't matter for this move, I think. It is better to have it off in some ways, because then you can get this done quickly. And then, yeah, mushroom over here. Nope. Hang on. Well, I guess we need to redo that bit. It's okay. We busted a block. That's going to be progress. Nope. Let's not just instinctively hold down the dash button, lest we pick everything up. Okay. Now back down. Now we try to do the sequence cleanly. So let's premeditate this. We try to nudge it to the top left if possible, so I can buy myself some time. We then reverse it while loading the spring onto the seesaw so I can... No, we don't need to do any of that. We ground pound it here. I forgot that I could do this part now. Because we've just been so programmed into hours of doing it the other way that this has been... Okay, we need to double tap it. We double tap it, we carry it up to the top middle, then we fire it to the left. Alright, let's watch the magic happen. The mushroom here at the end just makes the ground pound a little harder, but of course it protects you from the bomb. Anyway, 300 seconds in this room. 300 seconds. Let's actually read the puzzle. Key door. We need to, I think, hit the question block from on top, because that's going to dunk Bowser, and that's going to give me the key. I think that's what's going to happen. There is going to be some kind of on-off switch alternation here to... Yeah, so the thwomp does what? It looks like an on-off switch toggle is going to switch the conveyor belts to move the spring to bump the thwomp. And so any kind of on-off tap here should be a double tap. Like that. So we need to time a double tap, basically. Then it is going to be potentially timing dependent. Let's see here. Where does the spiny need to go? That's the question. I think the spiny needs to go here? No. Yeah, as before, the bottom left segment is traversable. That is just a mushroom pipe. Where does the spiny need to go? The spiny needs to get up to the note block. The note block is going to drop something, probably a spike ball, that is going to... or a bomb, for that matter. Probably a spike ball. That is going to bust this stuff down and create an opening for me. And then I get over to the right side and I ground pound a question block, and that kills Bowser, and then we get through. So, in order to do that, we need to make sure these guys move. Let's see. This looks like it might be part of it. I don't know if any kind of seesaw manipulation below that is also going to be relevant here, but it looks like one thing we could do perhaps is toss this and this opening here. Okay. Now, why would we want to do that? And that offsets it. Now, the Spinies die immediately to the on-off blocks. I'll probably need to pause to look at it at some point. Yeah, we want the Spinies to come down here. This looks like it would trap them. This note block here. It doesn't feel like we need to move the trampoline instead. I mean, this slot is definitely not a coincidence, though, right? Like, we might be able to bounce a mushroom towards it or something. I also don't know how relevant the interaction will be of touching a Spiny to interact with it somehow and reverse it. It seems like we do kind of need to do that in order to bump the Spiny to the right? Like, we need to create some kind of interaction that will raise me through the bumper, which would require me to perhaps set up a wall of some sort. Tricky. We're going to have to do so much over again. Let's try to do it faster than 200 seconds this time. Okay, let's pause for a moment so I can kind of collect myself and stare at the left half, which thankfully is the only relevant half. We know that the on-off switch is going to do the double tap of the thwomp. The blue blocks kill the Spinies instantly, so we need to think about how to reverse them. I think the spring was probably not a bad idea, but it's incomplete. Like, there's some additional thing that we need to do. The trampoline drop onto the slot over here that may or may not have to do with the fact that we can weigh down this side. And that seems extremely relevant, the fact that we can weigh that down. Currently, the mushrooms, if we don't consume them, should be able to roll back and go up the slope. The mushroom would then be able to go up the note block. So, yeah, that's the thing I was looking for, was I was consuming the mushroom repeatedly, and so I was missing the obvious, which is that when you weigh down a seesaw like that, the mushroom should be able to go up. Hang on. Okay. No. That's okay. That was salvaged. Just barely. Okay. Almost there. We're getting closer. And yeah, off is fine for the first move. We'll grab one mushroom. Donut block, please. Yeah. We'll come through here. We'll drop this. Hang on. Have to do a fair bit of speed control there just to avoid any other unsightly mishaps. And okay, this is the continuation where we do the actual solution. We drop here, and we bounce it. We drop this here, and then we double tap. Okay, so about 350 seconds on this. Slight improvement on the previous one, still not great. This is just a giant item check. Let's just stall here until we see what the mushroom does. The mushroom does not go far enough. However, the on-off switch will be able to displace the spring such that the seesaw should now go. No, it's still not going. Look at this mushroom, it's just not cooperating. However, if I ground pound this, maybe mushroom will one day care. It does not care. It absolutely does not care. Wondering what I can do with this cloud, perhaps. I mean, this is the only real interesting throwing slot right now, right? Like, just there's nothing better to do with it. If I stop the mushroom, then what happens? Well, I mean, pounding it isn't going to do much for it, right? Like, in terms of mushroom collision, I guess that would ideally try to get the mushroom up to the cloud on the right side, like if it's able to swing up here, but yeah, no block does absolutely nothing for the seesaw. Yeah, it takes a while to get back here, that's the thing. And yeah, one-way panel here with the conveyor, that's also kind of a threat. So in terms of ever actually causing any damage with the Spinies in the top left, short of something like a bomb that's going to get rid of some of these hard blocks, I don't see how they get released. Because, let's see. Amanisa90, we are not doing viewer levels today because this stream has already gone on very, very long and we're doing a puzzle contest, but feel free to follow if you want to catch one of the viewer level days. It might not run this weekend depending on whether I'm still playing Kirby. We're down to 130 seconds again, I just still don't see it. Like, this... Where else can this go? That's the thing. Mushroom drops immediately. And doesn't do anything there. This slot closes up. Mushroom just misses. Nope. Just does not go low enough. Even with the added displacement from the switch toggle. Yeah, because the mushroom goes... Well, the mushroom is just a mushroom in some ways. Like, it might not even be relevant to the interaction here. Because one thing we might want to keep in mind is that if we kind of pin down like this, then possibly I am myself able to stay here while the trampoline goes all square. Like if I'm able to weight us down myself. No. Then am I able to release this in such a way that I can weigh down with the left side instead? Here's one thing we're going to do. I'm going to bump this repeatedly. And I'm going to see if I can use it to do anything to manipulate the seesaw from below. Notice that I can probably jump onto the cloud from below. Like the cloud that's in the middle of the seesaw. I don't see an advantage to doing so, but... Oh, we didn't hit it from behind. Okay. One thing I hadn't given much thought to was that there is this illusion of continuity to Bowser even if you are starting at checkpoint. That matches up with the state of what would have happened had you followed the level through continuously. Hang on. Nope. Missing the ground pound once again. Come on. Okay, let's do this. That's gonna go. Come on, ground pound, please. There we go. And yeah, this room doesn't really care what switch state you start with. It's going to be the same idea either way. Yeah, there we go. That's correct. No, hang on. Yeah, these one-way panels are not joking around. Whoops. Oh, you know what? I didn't need to do that. I already opened up the brick. I could just have gone through the middle. Alright. There we go. Okay. Nope. We're already down at 3:14 seconds. We're way down in time in terms of actually being able to read the last room. Okay, same idea that we had finally learned after so long. Yeah, that's already in place. Good. No, double tap, double tap. Let's do it again. Thankfully, the donut block came back in time. Or things would have been a little unpleasant. So yeah, we're about 100 seconds down on the previous attempts. Let's do this. Okay. We need to not burn too much time on this one. So I know to go down here, perhaps. Oh, that's interesting. This slot over here. I don't know if anything interesting is going to happen with that. Now, is this consistent, this bumper here? Yeah, that's a wall. And Dorla Remedy, welcome. I've spent way too long on this level. We are at room 7 out of 7, though. I don't know if you played this one already. But it is quite something. So the idea I had was to get this thing bounced such that I'm able to sneak under it. And if I'm able to sneak under it, I can lower the seesaw from that side, which will not do anything useful. Yeah, because that's not lowering the seesaw. Like, I was hoping to lower the seesaw left or right, and that doesn't actually do anything for me. The mushroom, I think, isn't going to bounce for us. Like, we need to figure out how to bounce the spinies. It was a late entry, yeah. I won't be able to do it today, but next time we go back to puzzles, that would be a fun one to look into. Maybe it's when they're kind of right on the edge, or... I mean, I don't know if this is just a timing thing, or there's something with a setup that I just don't get. The slots underneath the bumper do seem significant in terms of actually meaning something, and this, of course, feels like it was supposed to be something to push somebody out of the way. Like, that's not quite tall enough to do anything for me, though. It needs some additional block from underneath. Like, is there a way to bump it such that I can actually give it an additional boost? Doesn't seem so. See a potential soft lock, interesting. Yeah, 17 seconds. I have no time to look at this room, that's the thing. Like, there's no time to really experiment with it. Yeah, because you just need to run something to the top. Right, but... I don't see where the damage to Spinies to turn him around is going to come from, unless it's some kind of mechanic that I just don't know yet. Like if it's some kind of mechanical variation on the Spiny turnaround activation. I will not have time for anything else today, unfortunately. I'm already way over time on this, and for the second stream in a row, I don't know if I'll actually finish this level today, to be honest. So, because we already had to bail on this last time because it was a different room that was getting me stuck. We finally made a breakthrough in that room today, but we have a lot of work left to do. Come on. No. No, come on. Okay. But yeah, next time I do puzzles for sure, which may not be next week because it depends on how long the new Kirby game is and how much there is to do, since that will be the main feature here starting tomorrow if all goes well. But yeah, after that we'll definitely be returning to doing more puzzle content in this game and seeing how we can proceed from there. Let's do this. Yeah, ground pound, spacing, clearly not one of my talents. We're already at about the 350 mark, past the first room, which is awful because, you know, on the best attempts, we were at that timestamp coming out of the second room, and yeah, just absolutely dreadful. But it is just such a long run back just by the nature of this level's structure. So, I just have not had the opportunity to even figure out the interaction in the final sequence. Okay, this stuff at least is beginning to feel a little more sensible. Okay. Let's do it. Let's double tap. Can't forget. Okay, making up for lost time somewhat. Still at about the halfway mark on this, so. Okay, we need to not burn so much time on this, but it's difficult to see what to do without experimentation, so there will be a certain amount of experimentation involved. I don't know if I was supposed to bump this with my head or something. We've tried bumping it from below, we've tried a couple of different things. Like a ground pound and a center tile maybe? I don't know. Nah, that won't do anything. Well, unless I can move to Mushroom, I see nothing else that I can do to interact with anything here. Spinies are very eager to meet me, but they're facing the wrong way. So spring comes out here. It looks like if we stop the spinies in a particular location, so if we can fill in the block that is... Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I didn't expect that I could get that to happen without being bumped out. You really do need to hug the wall to make that happen then. I should probably get a mushroom before I proceed. And then we can go through here. I can perhaps throw from below. Nope. Nope. No, that's gonna bump back up. Actually okay in some ways. We might be able to do something with this. Or bump it. Okay, so we can do that. And then we can maybe drop like that. No. Positioning was not right. Because it deflects, it comes out. And I wonder if the switch state is something that's going to be relevant to us here. 50 seconds. Have to fight with this thing first. Whoops, no. What? Okay. That guy's out, 5 seconds. I feel like if the spiny is walking, then... I don't know. Yeah, I think the issue that I've been running into repeatedly with this puzzle is discerning when something is actually a knowledge issue versus just a precision issue. In terms of understanding where the mistake is coming from, like whether it's just a lack of finesse on my part or if I'm actually doing something quite wrong. It's difficult to tell. But yeah, we'll see if we can do a Terminus. I may not be able to finish today, just given how long the stream has run. But at least we made it past one room after an additional 2 hours or so of progress. Okay, let's not spend too much time on this. Let's get this back in order. Oh no. Wait for the donut block, have to remember that. Okay, there we go. Turn it around. And let's see what we can do here. Nope. And then, yeah, now we've got all kinds of problems. Alright, let's do it again. And Teramis, you believe in me? Well, that's good news. I believe in myself as well. What I don't believe in is my streaming schedule. Whoops. Alright, let's go. Yeah, it's been a bit of a brutal fight, but we have been steadily making it. Now, I haven't really had time to tease out the last trim yet. It's been the main issue here. Like, we know about the double interaction on the Thwomp. Yeah, we know that ideally we need to make sure any spiny bumps high enough to get up top. I kind of get the feeling that the whole on-off back and forth is actually just a lock prevention mechanism or something. You see what to do now. Yeah, it seemed like this stage here was a bit of a breakthrough. Because if you do that, then that bodes well for... Well, I mean, I'm not going to be bumping myself through because there would be no way to get myself out of the top middle. It does need to be a spiny. But if you bump the spiny and I bump myself, then I'd be able to reverse its direction when it's up here, right? But the problem is... Yeah, the spiny actually needs to be in a dead position up here. And then it needs to wake up. And the wake up is going to take it to the top level. So it's not dead, but, you know, just sleeping position from being bumped from below. So I think I also see what to do now. It's going to get stuck there for a moment. We're going to be really careful. That was not really careful. I'm going to hit it from the back. And then we're going to trap it over here. And then I'm going to drop it on top. And then it's going to do the wake up. But it's going to be like a soft drop on top, not a kick. That's not convenient. Oh, come on. Now I need to get back there and stomp it again. And okay, let's do it again. This time with a better position drop. There's not much headroom for this. Yeah, you see, that's the issue, that I have no headroom to work with. There we go. Okay, the wake up should work now. Assuming that it goes in the right direction, which... Yes. No, the wake up would just take it up directly. There we go. Can I go up with the spring? I'm going to try it. There we go. Just in case. Cheers. We have 79 seconds. We are going to watch that because I did have the issue earlier today where I had a timeout right above the GG screen on Major's level, I think. Because I was too busy hunting for coins. Oh, and here's the backside of the Rising Castle. Here's a squirrel. THX 1138. Wonder how high we can go, actually. Let's... Hang on. Got 50 seconds to fool around. Let's fool around. I've got a squirrel suit, too, which means lots of potential for getting up high. There we go. You see? We came all this way. We might as well do it. Bowser didn't look particularly miserable, but after a long wait, he's free from watching the stream. Oh, look, we maxed out the timer. Haven't seen that in quite a while, actually. But yeah, so 2 hours in this one today, close to 3 hours yesterday. This is up there with one of the higher screen time levels that I've actually managed to complete, I think, which caught me a little bit by surprise, given that my previous experience rather with Terramis puzzles has been rather smooth in the past. But again, just lots of potential for losing to execution mistakes, and also just, on my part, not really knowing some of the momentum-related mechanics in NSMBU very well. But we made it. We got to appreciate the pixel art here at the end, so I'm glad I checked it. And after a 7-course meal, yes, indeed, it's good to take a rest. And we're going to be taking a rest by playing as another character who is very accustomed to 7-course meals. We are going to start Kirby and the Forgotten Land on tomorrow's broadcast. And that's going to be the main thing for a little while. We'll see if we still can cram in some Maker, like some viewer levels here and there, but we'll be switching gears to Kirby for a bit, and then we're going to be following that up with more puzzles in both Maker 1 and Maker 2. And that's going to be the plan going into April. So far, we're through a little less than a third of the Tower Escape puzzles. I think we've finished 8 or 9. Not very many. But they've been pretty interesting so far. Tons of variety. As I was saying, lots of unusual mechanics. And I'm certainly looking forward to doing a few more of these. So, until then, we're going to send you on to somebody else. Thank you so much for watching. We'll pass you on somewhere interesting. And until we meet again, thanks for suffering through this entire ordeal today, and fare thee well.